for this? Are you ready for this? Who wants to be a champion? To change the system, it's all a revolution. This is your moment. Are you ready to fight? What do you feel?
Hello everyone and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. This is the final day right here for phase number 2, and it is going to be quite the amazing day, I predict. Well, I hope to see come through from our respective teams. But of course, you're joined on the desk by myself, DK and Esproxy, and we're going to be taking you through all the action. Now, there's been quite a bit that's happened over the past 4 days leading up to today, and I think today is going to be super exciting to see what these teams are going to be bringing out on the battlefield.
I'm really going to be hoping that it's going to be super exciting because we've had a lot of upsets already that I feel like cannot be topped. But the bar has been set and the challenge has been laid down. Now we just need these teams to meet it and obviously give their best performances today alongside our wonderful addition of Vikendi. So lots of action, a lot of excitement. Really going to be looking out for those crossbows and pans to come on through because we need some pan action, man.
Oh, no, we need some crossbow action, right? In the last Vikendi, we didn't see any crossbow action come through just yet, so I want to see a little bit of them coming to fruition here today. But of course, as we know, we've got quite a few things to discuss before we get to our very first match of the day. And first things first, right? We are going to be taking a look at the format to remind our viewers as to where we are and what is coming, and of course, what our approach is for this season of the BMPL.
And look, the teams are a little bit accustomed to this format. We started it in the last season of PMPL Africa, where we got rid of those super weekends and we replaced it with the phase system that has really changed up the impact for these teams. Now every single day of play is important and gets you that much closer to the finals, with the addition of those wonderful bonus points that we'll talk about in a little while. But ultimately, it has been spicy. Alongside all of the changes we brought into the season, the teams have really had to go through the gauntlet.
Oh yes, and the gauntlet is not going to end anytime soon. As we know, there's still another phase left to go. And after that, the next stop will be the finals. So it is going to be quite the hasty chase to see who will be those top 16 teams making it through into the finals. But of course, for today, we're going to be looking to see who our top 12 teams will be to make it over into Vikendi, like a mini little tiny finals coming through for match number 6. But I think it's going to be an exciting one. Of course, we have quite a bit up ahead for these teams to work through. And as we know, in order for these teams to secure themselves those positions moving into the top 12, they are going to be utilizing our point system. So let's take a quick look at that again, because as we know, things have changed up coming into this season. That pole position now being worth only 10 points, not the 15 that we've seen in the previous seasons. But as per usual, if you land anywhere between that 9th to 16th place, it won't award you a single placement point.
It's been tough for these teams. I mean, we were talking yesterday about how many teams are just taking their trips to the donut shop, and a lot of them haven't been enjoying their orders, unfortunately. And it is really hurtsome to take a look at the overall standings and to see so many teams on zero, just because there is really nothing to play for unless you get those eliminations early on in the game and you go out. So for everyone playing today, the golden spot is going to be top 8 just to get a little bit of something onto the overall standings. But of course, the eliminations, that is the new meta, that is the new trend that they need to adapt. And they've been doing pretty well at adapting it so far. I just think there's a few more teams that need to get a little bit more aggressive.
Oh yes, but of course, speaking of aggression and adapting to those eliminations, was also the utilization of the shotties really coming through quite heavily so far in the season of PMPL. But as we know, right, as the teams progress up the overall standings, they're also going to stand the chance of securing themselves more potential bonus points, as that is essentially where what it kind of boils down to, right? We know the bonus points is what is going to be assisting the teams once they make it through into those finals. The maximum they can find is a grand total of 80 bonus points, and that is based on each week's performance as well as the overall performance in the league stage.
Yeah, Triple Esports rising to the occasion in our first week, grabbing that maximum 20-pointer. And we've been posing the question, who's going to be the team that's going to get back-to-back 20 points? Because we have not had that since we implemented this bonus point structure. And I'd be a little bit curious to see if it can even be done with the way in which this competition has been heating up, with the way in which we've had such amazing challengers step up to the plate. I don't know. I don't think it's possible. But if it does happen, I will gladly eat my words. So far, though, Titans are looking like the team to beat for that 20 points.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a rush, a little bit of a push to see whether or not the players from Triple will be able to pick up the momentum here today and not only have an outstanding performance, but they are going to be having to chase that pole position if they want to be the first team that we've seen secure 20 points back-to-back in each phase. But a nice little cherry on top that we've got as well, aside from our bonus points, is also then going to be that prize pool distribution. As we know, working through the league phase, all the teams will be awarded the exact same amount for their performance, regardless of where they finish. But it's only once they make it up into the finals that we see a bigger chunk of that prize pool distribution then coming through. And also later on, we're going to be taking a look at those Vikendi bonuses. But here we have it, right? The finals, that is where the majority of the focus lies because it's the biggest chunk.
Mm-hmm. It's where everyone wants to get their hands on one of those fantastic prizes, being 5,500 if you do manage to be the victor of PMPL Spring 2023. But of course, we know they're playing not just for the prize pool, not just for those awesome bonus prizes, but also a slot into the next tournament, into the MEA Champs. So it's getting tough. It's getting heated. We need teams to step up, and I want to see a few new, a few new names making it up to the top and becoming the new big guys, on the field, making everyone else, shudder in their boots when they jump on the battlefield.
Oh, I want to see a lot of that boot
Boot
what?
action.
Yes, that boot action coming through, right? I mean, especially in PUBG itself, like having the actual player shake, that would be quite interesting, quite funny to
That
see.
would be funny.
But whether or not that's going to happen, we don't know. Unfortunately, we don't have those skills to flex with. But either which way, yeah, it would be quite exciting. And as we know, right, today is going to be the big day where we also add Vikendi into the mix. So we are going to be taking a look at those Vikendi bonus points and also the extra breakdown. A little bit of that prize pool also being awarded for a few standout performances coming through. And the biggest one that I'm going to be looking forward to is, of course, the Robin Hood, right? I want to see the crossbow elims.
Yeah, look, we need some of those crossbow elims to come on through. I mean, the fact that we didn't have any in the first Vikendi, it's just that should be illegal. Come on, I thought we were gonna have entire teams picking up the crossbow, even just for the fun of it. But let's hope today we finally get treated to a few Robin Hoods on the battlefield, as well as some pans from the Look My Style challenge. I mean, ultimately, the one-man army teams do that already, right? They always go for those crazy elimination counts. Viewers' choice. I don't know what the fans are going to want to see, DK. What are the fans really going to be looking out for? What is going to make it so that they would pick you? You'll probably have to ask the chat, and they'll have to let us know what they think is going to be the ultimate viewer's choice.
Yeah, I'm right there on board with you. I also want to know what the viewers are going to be looking forward to seeing throughout the performances on Vikendi. But of course, then the final one is going to be that focus on elims. And I think that kind of goes hand in hand with the one-man army. I mean, if you're able to unlock both of those as an individual, I mean, that would be a very impressive play.
Absolutely, $300. Thank you very much. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to make that happen. But we've had a lot of teams. I mean, we just yesterday, didn't we have a single player pick up 10 eliminations on a Miramar match?
Yes.
That was one knock, wasn't it? Or one shot? One of the two.
Yeah, I think it was one knock. That was no, it was one shot. One shot. Yeah, one shot was just farming eliminations all over the place, and I mean also bringing in a heavy carry for their team. So strong performances have been brought in, but we have yet to see that come through on Vikendi itself. But of course, speaking about Vikendi, we also have a bit of our calendar to have a quick glance at. As we know, we've already concluded the first week. We're just about to conclude our second week, and after this, we have one more week to go before we make it into those finals.
Ooh, if I was playing in this tournament, I would start stressing right now. If I'm not one of the teams that are very firmly sitting in that top 16, not really worrying about my points, Okay, I'll rechange it. If I'm not one of the teams sitting in the top 10, I would be worried. Even the top 10 for me seems a bit broad, but we have so many challenges. The point systems are looking so close to one another. To leave that all to 1 week's chance, it's tough. We have seen teams like Greed4Kills, as an example, pick up, what was it, like 74 points in a single day? So that is a lot of opportunity to be able to catch up, but you have to keep in mind they also did that with a 22 elimination game. I mean, not everyone is going to be picking up 22 eliminations in a single map. Thank you very much. But we'll see what the teams are being able to do today to close out for week number 2 and how they're going to be readying themselves up for week 3.
Yeah, and hopefully there's going to be a lot of excitement then coming into that final push for week or phase number 3, whichever one you want to call it. That is where we are going to be heading towards after we conclude with today's action here. But as we know, we also then have to take a bit of a look for the final time to see what our group breakdown is, right? Which groups our teams are divided in, because come Tuesday, that's all going to change up once again.
Yeah, so they can get comfortable in their seats for now, and then we're going to just change it up once again. I mean, there's a few teams that have stayed in the same groups, like Titans towards Group B, but the rest have all found new groups and all new shuffles and opportunities to bring through their best performances this week. I mean, just focusing yesterday, we gave a lot of push to Mo Esports to bring in a little bit more points, and they managed to, pick up a few more eliminations, pick up a few more placements, not let their players drop off into the lobby too soon in the map. So very happy to see that change coming up. Black Hand also making a wonderful appearance yesterday, really showcasing some wonderful work. And then Greedy4Kills, again, we have to ask the question, how do they keep having energy towards the end of the day? It's like they just wait for everyone to think that they're done or to, get a little bit tired, and then they just strike. It was absolutely insane.
Yeah, it definitely was quite insane to witness. But yeah, it is going to be an interesting one to see how the teams are going to be playing out this next one. But I think that phase 3 shuffle could be the extra little bit of a cherry on top that we need to see, right? That final opportunity for the teams to just go out there and play the best possible game that they can.
That's the hope. And again, this is the stage to do it on. If you're not going to be performing your best, I don't know where you're trying to perform your best on. So come on, let's bring up that performance. But so far, I mean, in terms of the teams that we've been seeing so far, we've talked about Titans, we've talked about Triple. Triple also had a very tough day. 2 days back, just with that double shot of Erangel, they were really getting themselves caught in some tough times. But yesterday on Miramar, they also showcased a completely different side to themselves. Virtual Gaming, also with that clinical performance. I mean, just taking a hold of the best rotations I've seen so far. And then Wave. My goodness, so cheeky. Just taking every single winner chicken dinner away from Titans. It was spicy.
It was exciting as well. And then, of course, there's so much more yet to come. But we'd also love to use this opportunity to remind our viewers of the new Royal Pass for month 21, which is now available. So be sure to check out the video for a few highlight moments of the Blaster Tank, the Dark Rain set, and the Graham High set. So let's take a look. Well, some pretty exciting skins coming through on that one yet again. But of course, also a big shout out needs to go out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. So, much love going out to them. But of course, as we know, going through all our shout outs, going through all the graphics, that only means one thing. The next up, we are going to be taking a bit of a look at our overall rankings for this week to see where the teams find themselves and who needs to still step up today, looking to just scoot themselves a little bit further up those rankings.
Yeah, look, we have seen a lot of climbing. I mean, Greedy4Kills in one single day, they climbed 10 slots to get themselves into the top 3. Then yesterday, they made it a top 2 finish. Titan Gaming still leading the pack with 188 points, but that gap is getting smaller and smaller. You can see Greedy4Kills just a few, I would say, let's do a safe 20 points, and then they could be taking that slot away from Titan Gaming, depending on their performances today. Wave Esports, with their cheeky steals of those winner chicken dinners yesterday, also securing themselves that third place. As we whittle it down all the way to the top 8, it's still looking pretty healthy. There's still plenty of opportunities to get some shuffles going on this side of things. But then, of course, DK, we have to think about the second page, especially who's currently sitting in the 12th position and who is close to potentially taking that away from them.
Well, as you can see, there's not a lot separating that 8th from 9th place at all, right? I mean, 90 points on 92 points rather on either which side of it. But moving into the top 12, 2 points. That's it, right? URUS just on the very verge of making it into the top 12. So if you are a team like VISTA or Smash, you're definitely going to have to focus a lot of effort on maintaining your current positioning ahead of the teams that are hot on the heels. And I think URUS, Virtual, Arab Golden, and of course the players there from Blackjack, I don't see why they won't be able to contend for that 12th place.
I really do think it's possible. If you take a look at 66 points in 16th position, we go all the way down to 43 points from Vampires in 17th. So it's a little bit more of a gap to work with there, but it is definitely doable in a single day of play. I mean, you've got the 4 matches for your particular group that you can take hold of to get you those points. And then if you do manage to get yourself into Vikendi, that's just another opportunity just to climb these overall rankings a little bit more. So in terms of the possibility, I definitely think we should be seeing some shuffles there for that 12th position. It is so close at this point in time. So we don't yet know who's going to be joining us on Vikendi. But before we even get to that point, we still have 5 matches of action to go through. And I believe we have quite a Miramar heavy day today.
Well, not necessarily. It's a little bit more balanced, right? Before we get
Really
into
do.
all the action, carnage, and mayhem that these maps are going to be presenting themselves, we'll take a quick look at that. Of course, well, we are going to be starting things off the proceedings here with a little bit of that Miramar action before heading over into Erangel, followed up by Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, and then last but not least, it is going to be, well, the lovely frosty Vikendi coming through to close off the day.
I expect you to say stay frosty a lot on that map, I'm just saying. But yes, a little bit more Miramar than what we saw yesterday, but overall definitely a lot more balanced. We're going to have that Sanhok smacked in just towards the end as well, not as violently towards the end as we had yesterday. But looking at this opportunity, I think the teams definitely have a good balance to work out some of those points. We do see that there has to be a tendency for some teams to really showcase their best performances on Miramar. I'm thinking about CRYPTICS. CRYPTICS on Miramar is a very different beast to CRYPTICS on Erangel. I don't know what it is. I don't know if they just feel more comfortable, but they definitely look a lot more confident to me. I mean, yesterday, honestly, if they didn't get caught out on that downhill transition, I feel like they could have taken out the entire lobby with those 15 eliminations. They didn't look like they were stopping anytime soon. But we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the same case moving into today or even into next week. I mean, for you, who are the Miramar champions that you look at?
Well, I'd like to say Titan Gaming, but I mean with Wave in the mix, who knows, right? As we've seen, Wave really liking
So
to
cheap.
bring in those upsets, but that of course happened on Erangel, so it's not really Miramar. Yeah. So in all seriousness, I'd probably say on Miramar we could be looking at teams like Titan Gaming and CRYPTICS because they've shown some really strong performances in the past Miramars. But I want to see if they are going to be trumped, right? Will one of our other teams, be able to step up and really challenge them for that position, for that allocation? And a team that comes to mind with that could potentially be Greedy, because that's where they got their 22 elimination match was on Miramar.
Oof, I was just about to say, I mean, our record for eliminations on Miramar is 22. And CRYPTICS, I mean, they've gotten close. I think it's about 16 to 17 that they've gotten. So there's a possibility that we might see someone break that record sometime soon. But it takes a lot to get that, actually working for them. And a lot has to fall in place for the team. You know, we do talk about the RNG, the zone shift, and just the way that the flight path falls down. Sometimes it's really just not going to favor you no matter how much you really want it to. So then it comes down to how hard these teams can fight for those opportunities. And CRYPTICS, definitely a team. I think on Miramar, I don't know, they just feel like they roll over everyone. I mean, we had them literally hunting people down yesterday with their cars.
But I mean, another thing that you were talking about, CRYPTICS, is the fact that they seem to kind of stop their push once they hit that 15 elim mark, right? The highest elimination count that we saw come through from CRYPTICS, of course, 17. But let's see whether or not they are going to be looking to double down and maybe get a little bit more as we are moving into our very first match here. The flight path, again, finding itself to be very centralized. So I think the teams are going to be feeling a little bit more easy about this approach.
Yeah, look, we don't have any Wild West or Eastern zones that are going to be bringing in some chaos, but we'll see. I don't know. Flight path to zone combinations have been a little bit tricky. You know, you'd think with the central flight path you have a nice central zone, but this game is ready just to throw you on its head. You know, with regards to that observation you made yesterday, when I said it yesterday, I was wondering if it was intentional for CRYPTICS. You know, if 15 to 16, they feel like, okay, maybe it's enough, or maybe they at that point they're like, cool, we've definitely gotten a lot of points on this map. You know, we're good from this point onwards, and then maybe they fall into a little bit more of a relaxed state, or maybe they try out some strategies, you know, prepping for something else. I'm not too sure what's happening in the mind tank of CRYPTICS, but we'll see if at some point they plan to break that streak. Maybe they'll go for something a little bit more ridiculous like 22. Oh
Yeah,
my goodness, what is the zone?
And we'll have to wait until that second match to find out
What?
because CRYPTICS, they're in Group E, so they're not going to be playing. But yes, I'm
What?
trying to not shine too much light on the insanity that we have coming through with this very first zone because okay. So first thing, it's not often that we see water really being a factor on
I've
Miramar.
seen it once.
Yeah.
Once.
And I mean, Impala being smack dab center zone, that's going to be prime real estate for lag. But I'm expecting Triple to potentially contest them for that position. Just to see how they're going to play this one out. But also whether or not anyone's going to dare venture over onto those two islands.
I've literally only seen this zone once, and that was in PMGC groups last year. So. Oh, and that was a whole different beast. I mean, to that zone, those endpoints, depending on where it's going to shift towards the end, it can really get tough, especially if you get towards the coastal lines from Impala, because you have that massive drop, and then the valleys really don't give you a lot of cover. I mean, if you're finding yourself on the bottom of the road, and now you need to fight your way up into a team that is holding that high ground. Again, we've seen those scenarios go bad for teams before, so it's going to be a bit of a 50-50 split. Who knows? Maybe we might be seeing some teams hiding out in the water on a Miramar. Yeah, that's weird, but we'll see. We'll see how it's going to be going. So far, we've got some very interesting opportunities here for these teams. Ooh, I mean, that gets me excited. Already, one player dropped though, and I'll let the viewers guess who it is. I'm not going to say who it is. They can guess.
Yeah. I'll just say consistency. That's it. That's the only word I'm going to use to describe this because, again, I mean, against all odds, that is the most consistency that we've seen from any particular team. I mean, and you can't argue that fact because there's no one else as consistent. I mean, you've got 20 teams to choose from, and they somehow miraculously managed to accomplish that goal in nearly every single match they play. In nearly every single match. Not every single one, but like 95%.
It didn't happen for like a good, I think, 3 or 2 matches yesterday. So, you know,
Yeah.
there's always a potential for some opportunities, but one player down doesn't mean you're down and out, so it's fine. We won't focus on that too much. What we will be focusing on, though, is again some crazy Los Leones packed madness. We've got Wave, Arab Golden, and Blackjack Esports. No surprise. They're finding themselves in Los Leones, currently doing a little bit of looty as they get ready potentially for some engagements. But so far, all 3 of these teams have been so good at, you know, jumping into their portion of Los Leones and then getting out. You know, just respecting that initial drop and really not trying to take initial engagements. So I'm not expecting them to find each other. It would be fun if they did, but it's okay. We understand if they want to leave each other alone.
Yeah, but one thing that I definitely want to see a lot more from is going to be from Blackjack, right? If we look at their performance from yesterday they were only able to manage a grand total of 5 points. That was it. That's all they found yesterday. And 4 out of those points came from eliminations. So it was a really tough day at the office for them. So I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to be looking to bring in a much stronger performance. Because if we look back to the previous phase, things look completely different. I mean, they had a much higher average amount of points that they had coming through towards them. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, last phase they were sitting on an average of about 4.9 points per match, and currently Blackjack they are down to 4. So it doesn't
Mm.
seem to be a vast difference, but still, it's not the exact same because I mean, now that is an average of 4 points across 20 games.
Sure. Okay.
And currently, Blackjack is sitting on an average of 4 points, but only having played 16 matches. So these last 4, it's going to be quite a bit of an interesting one to see whether or not they can pick up that consistency once again.
Look, they definitely need to. We said, they were the Guardians currently of that 16th position. That's the entryway at least into the finals. Not too sure about the total grand standings where they find themselves, but either way, you want to push up during the weeks to that 12th position, and on the overall standings, you want to make sure you get into the 16th. So improvement is definitely the aim for any team right now, even if it is not too little too late today. Maybe you're setting yourself up for next week. We talked about it, towards the last match of yesterday. Set yourself up right. Get that positive momentum going. Get in the right mental state to come back swinging today. And that's what I'm really going to be hoping for the teams that find them on the latter half of the overall standings. We'll have to wait and see who that's going to be at the end of the day. But rotations, and what a rotation this is going to be for these teams right now. All of the teams now having to head into such a tiny zone on the eastern side of Miramar because, yeah, roughly 40% of that zone is water.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite exciting to see what they will be bringing in and whether or
Oh,
not
yeah.
Aquaman is going to be looking to rise to the occasion. We know what the fate here of Bum Bum is, as, it's a little bit of a bummer, but it's fine because Mo, they still have 2 left. That is going to be Paradox and Vortex. But now Paradox needs to really bring in a super wide flank if they're looking to make it through in towards that zone because we've got Smash also moving in behind them, so it's going to be a little bit of a tight play. But yeah, who knows? Maybe they'll manage it. I mean, they have been able to pull it off in previous matches, so this could be the one.
There's something to say for Mo Esports. They have pulled up some wild rotations before. I mean, on Erangel yesterday, they pulled off a rotation from the main island into the western bridge, over to, obviously, military base, then past one of the teams, past the eastern bridge into Novo, then back onto the eastern bridge and into the mainland. Somehow, some way, still avoiding everyone. So, yeah, we got to give it to them. They got some skills, man. But what's happening here is very confusing to me. On my screen right now, DK, I see 2 Titan members currently knocked, and they are knocked because Ra'ad have swooped on in.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see a team like Raad really stepping it up and catching the players here by Titan in a bit of a predicament. But, I mean, Axa already making a mad dash, almost being secured within the zone. As you can see, right, Raad now being just north of 3 kilometers away from that zone. So it is going to be a little bit of a treacherous play. But Teak also now going to be looking to just find a bit of a safe haven. And look at that shift it is now... Well, I think it's like a 55% water,
Yes.
and I mean, I think it's somewhere around about there. It's close to half, but not exactly. It's. I think there's a little bit more water in play. But last time we saw this, the zone actually in the next shift moved back onto the land. But I don't know if that's going to be the case yet again.
Even if it does that, that zone was, as I mentioned, it was just ridiculous. I mean, the fights we had into that last section, they were wild. But what would be even unfathomable for me right now is if we do actually have the zone move on to those islands, because those islands genuinely are a playable area, but we never go there because why would we ever go there? On Miramar, of all places. So, I don't know. If we have that finish, I think this if this was somehow a way to be a viewer's choice, the zone would win the viewer's choice.
I mean, there's no arguing with the blue zone. It is it's just so OP. And yeah, I think well, I mean, we had this discussion at some point. Like, I don't even think the blue zone has a KD because there's no, it doesn't end, right? You can't take it down, so that doesn't really match up. But either which way, there's going to be a little bit of a troubling play coming through onto the side here for Triple, as the timeout team are looking to push in from that southern approach, finding Icy, and this is now where things Well, not looking too troubling just yet. It's only the first player getting taken down for the side of triple. But I want to see how they're going to be looking to just maybe strengthen this angle because they currently hold a 2-2 split and there's several teams looking in the vicinity.
You know, Triple and Lag should be one of the few teams that are quite comfortable to this zone because this is generally where we would find them doing their initial drops on Miramar. So they're one of the teams that are, you know, fairly familiar just off of the last few weeks of this zone. So I would hope they can use that to their advantage. Hopefully they can get themselves set up in a much better position as we see all of these rotations coming in. But yes, it's going to come down to these one-on-one engagements. I mean, already you can see Wave getting some information. Hemo, the cheeky player that stole that first winner chicken dinner from Titans yesterday, now finding themselves out in the open, taking a couple of shots, but at least getting some information. Let's see if they be able to get out of this, though, is going to be the question.
Well, we don't know just yet, as the rest of the wave are yet to kind of form up on Hemo's position. I like that extra bit of scouting coming through, and we know that Hemo is super capable, as you've already pointed out. But what we are also then seeing is in the feed that the players from Black Hand are running into a bit of a brick wall by the name of RUKH Esports. So there we go. Gaddafi is going to find one of our timeout players there, sending them on their merry way. But now it's the opportunity to move just ahead of the blue, and still quite a bit of danger lurking towards this northern side.
Yep, and now that all-important zone shift to see. Okay, we're still staying to the main island. It doesn't look like anyone has to take a swim just yet over to those very awkward and obscure islands on Miramar. So we still have quite a bit of playable area. The entirety of Impala will still be in play. Lots of compounds and lots of cover to be working with here. Vista Gaming getting caught out by URUS, who have set up a little bit of a, if you can call it a toll game, basically. Now Vista paying quite a bit of a toll as they drop two players. Cacao might be the third. It looks like they just narrowly escape. But I'm not too sure if Vista will be able to get at least Muzero out of this situation.
We also just saw that Black Hand is the first team to get shipped out. The first team back into the lobby here for game number 1.
Ooh.
What on earth is going on? But in the meanwhile, we'll look on as the players here from URUS now try to catch Vista on a bit of a sandwich. We've got RUKH moving in right behind them. But based on the current positionings here, it could actually seem like URUS and RUKH are going to be fighting it out for, and now allow Vista to maybe get a bit of a clean break.
A lot of teams now having to cram on into this coastal area to try and hold on to some spacing to work with. But again, plenty of opportunities towards the western side of this island. We had a lot of teams just over-rotating to the coast in case of that zone shifting to the islands. And now they have to double back a little bit. They have to find some spacing because they're finding themselves in the open on the coast. So we've got a few nades now being deployed here by RUKH. Still trying to find that last little hit onto It's a Boot, but URUS will finally get that finish, and now they have a good reasoning to back off. They have gotten what they needed to in terms of, you know, just purely points, and now they just need some longevity.
Well, let's see if there is going to be any of that longevity, but this is a very good call coming through from URUS, not sticking to that front line, falling back, just a regrouping, re-strategizing, and maybe coming back with a more stronger force. But of course, it is going to be very challenging to see how the teams are going to be playing on such a reduced playable area, as a lot of the teams focusing majority of the effort up towards Impala, but RUKH not going to be backing down as they now have the players from RUKH pulling in behind them. As we look down south, it is going to be Wave and Arab Golden now getting into a little bit of an altercation here. Both teams just playing these ridge lines, and it actually allows now for Smash to just come sneaking by them.
Oof, let's take a look at this. So we've got Wave coming through, obviously from the southern position, trying to get more spacing. Smash just behind them, and then obviously just to the side, we've got Arab Golden, you know, fighting for some supremacy, trying to get themselves a parting in. This is going to be a bit of a fun one. Arab Golden, they've got some work to do, but they might be able to capitalize. Ra'ad and RUKH in the meantime, it looks like things have heated up, and I think Ra'ad is only down to 1. That's Hazem.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, RUKH now making sure that there is no chance that Ra'ad are going to be looking to bring any potential upsets of any kind as they quickly dispose of them, shipping them out in 15th place. At least they were able to lock in those 2 eliminations. But now again, the zone does center up over that waterway, and this is keeping the teams on the very edge. But Ramsey should know better than peeking over a ridge with having only their head being exposed. Meanwhile, White are being put on the defensive, but up comes the rush as RUKH has got their eyes set on target. They want to pick up these trades, and now it all boils down to RUKH.
If you want someone to do it, I would have said it would have been Rauf, but unfortunately there's way too many crosshairs that are pointing at their position. And we will see URUS now being reduced down to only Momin, who is quite isolated from the rest, and hopefully will be able to get themselves out of the situation for now. But we take a look at everything else. Titans, AXA specifically, has spotted out some movement here in the form of Smash.
Let's see, could this be the play now for AXA to secure a few additional elims? Does find quite a bit of damage up into his Rolex. Now Black Lost also just going to be hanging on the edge there, and this is where things could potentially take quite a turn. As we see Lag moving in on the east, playing on that elevation. We got Desha from the TIMEOUT squad just holding there as well, as we can see them just jammed in between the P and the A of Impala. But look at this! It is going to be Arab now, just reaching over into Wave. Vetrox trying to sneak in a quick cheeky snake spray there. They do find the hit, but Quality sends it through. Now Warnock needs to do what their name suggests. They need to get that Warnock to secure the longevity of their team.
Definitely a good reach across. The flanking positions are definitely working. Quality still has quite a tough, little bit of a meal to chew on here. One knock definitely in a position to get those reses moving on up. As for Quality though, the position they find themselves in, they might just have to make a dash for it. Maybe risk it. If they can get a vehicle knock, that might be all that it needs to be. But the timing, the risk, do they want to take it? And now, unfortunately, all of that hesitation is going to mean Wave will be getting those reses on up, and we can see some shots moving on in. Quality, it looks like their days are numbered here.
There we go. Ticket gets punched, and that is Titan AXA reaching in with that third-party play to bring an end to them. But now as we look down on towards the southern side, it is going to be Blackjack still just riding the wave, trying to see if they can find a bit of an opening. Up comes Old Boy as Icy gets taken on down. Oh, it's going to be a very risky play, but Old Boy knows how to keep themselves with a cool head. And the pressure is going to be on as they move in, looking to find a little bit of success, just inching their way further along this coastline.
Oh, it's mad. Triple have picked up 5 eliminations so far, so Old Boy at least knows that there is that pocket of points that they can work with, but of course they want to get as much as they possibly can in a single match, so trying to stay alive is going to be the goal here. The World of Battle has taken hit after hit, but so far they should be able to get themselves back on their feet. Old Boy, ooh, it's tempting to take that shot to get an opportunity to get an elim, but then you give up your position. Meanwhile, Wave, I mean, what a bit of an anchor they find themselves in up against Blackjack. And we've been saying this Blackjack, we want to see some improvement coming through from them. Wave, we know they've been cheeky before. Can they do it again?
Well, it's all going to come down to how they handle themselves in this altercation here as the utilities continue to rain on through. Oh, but they find a Hamadi, and this could be that turning point, but it's all now sort of relying solely on Zeke, as they are going to try and suppress any potential advances onto their current positioning. But they need to be wary because we still have the players there from the World of Battle also just looming on that eastern side. But Wave, they've got their eyes set, right? They want that target secured. They're going to try and maybe find a little bit of that elimination confirmation coming through on towards. How about Zeke now trying to peek on through as well? But the World of Battle stepping up into the altercation here as well as Muhammad tries to ride it out. We can see Petrox being found out, and this is where everything now could just turn to dust.
Tunnel vision, it is the number one weakness here for these teams. If they get too focused on one team too long, they unfortunately get sent right back to the lobby, and that will be the end of timeout. In the meanwhile, Zeke has managed to use the chaos to their advantage just to hunker on down, and it looks like it's worked. They have hidden themselves away enough from the World of Battle. And they've done what they needed to do. Now they've spotted out the solo here from Triple Esports. Danger alert. RUKH Esports away just very comfortably on 10 eliminations as we look at our top 11 teams.
Wow, I mean, what a performance this has been coming through from RUKH Esports so far. But the pressure is going to be on as Eugene now just waits patiently for a little bit of that Momin action. But eventually we know Momin has to surface. And this is definitely not the easiest position to play in, because if Eugene makes one slight little misstep, they are also going to find themselves down in the drink. So a little bit of pressure coming through, but not all too much. And as we now look over on towards the western side, it's going to be the players from Lag still looking to play King of the Hill.
That's pretty much what anyone has to do in this zone. I mean, Impala is just oh, it is a fun time to see all of these teams having to deal with this as their final zone. Oh, lag though. The ability and equipment they have right now for this position, this might be it. But we'll see how they're going to have to deal with Titans. They have good numbers and they've got a great positioning. They just need to use it to their advantage. Meanwhile, the world of battle, they are getting cornered into a building, taking shot after shot after shot. Hopefully they'll be able to get themselves out of this. Mexico is looking very dangerous.
Oh, it could be quite risky. It could be a little bit shaky. But as we know, right, Mexico could add a little bit of spice into this. Maybe a little bit of that, ay, but it could go anywhere. And I don't want to see lag just having that position slide from their possession. I mean, it's great to see the players there from Vampire, Smash, Mo, all just hanging around in the vicinity. But Titans now really having to take a bit of a back seat here. I mean, they don't have a clear line of sight. And this could potentially be lag now just reaching in, bringing through that upset.
Oh, Vampires Smash. Also, two teams that have really been looking for their goal, for their opportunity to do better into this weekend, to get a good finish. Vampires so close up into that top 12 position, but they still have quite a bit of work to get themselves out of their 17th position. Wait and see. That zone shift now going to be coming on through, and we're going to see how these teams are going to have to rotate. It is going to be centering on up. So RUKH are dangerously being blessed here because they already have a wonderful amount of eliminations and now they have the zone as well.
Well, let's see how this one will pan out as they look to get a bit of a positioning. And I mean, RUKH just really starting to utilize as much of the available space. I like that spread coming through, but they still need to be able to give that necessary backup. Meanwhile, as we look over towards the northwestern side, it's going to be Mo Esports trying to sneak their way on through. We got lag just holding up a little bit of an overwatch position here, but this could be exactly what Vortex and Paradox now needs to get themselves secured as Smash gets sent out in 10th. Oh, but Vortex might have been spotted, and now Mo could maybe be in a little bit of trouble.
Definitely could, or they could use this as an opportunity. I mean, lag might be coming through to them. And they have cover to work with this ridge line. They have information. You can see they're finding A9Q, so a little bit of a hit there, a little bit of opportunity. And they could be seeing some eliminations into their pockets, but some dangerous rotations are going to be very interesting. You can see RUKH now reaching across, giving Mo a little bit of a helping hand, but this also does mean Mo could be in RUKH's crosshairs.
Well, let's see what it's all going to boil down to. Not just waiting for the opportunity, patiently waiting. RUKH starting to condense their position as they move in. Oh, but that is going to be Paradox getting spotted. The shots follow through. And now they need to play it as cautiously as they can. Oh, but Pusher rather finds the play. It's going to be Eugene now just looking to flank up behind them. And all the pressure now for Mo Esports survivability boils down to Vortex. The utilities have been sent out. As you can see, there's still quite a bit of a distance between them. Vampires also now getting picked up in that 9th place. So this is a great performance as we have only 8 teams and 17 players still remaining.
Oh, I am just a little bit worried about lag in their current position. They are very split up and they do need to get themselves into zone. And in and amongst them, they have a few intruders. They have Titans playing a little bit of enemy behind the lines action here. Now RUKH moving on in, trying to take these compounds for themselves. It is an uphill battle. We'll have to wait and see how they work with this. They have the vehicles in mind and they've already got 2 players up onto the same level as Escanor. If they can get this, they have the compound.
Let's see if this is going to be the one, right? I mean, already RUKH sitting up on those double digits. Oh, are they going to be able to find it? It's going to be lag, and Titans now going at each other. Axis does fall. Knights follows suit. And it now boils down to only Mexico to try and hold up this front line. But is it going to be possible as the utility gets sent out? Oh, and it's their fate. Titan, however, also then bite the dust.
Yeah, A9Q with that wild overlook that's now tumbling down is thankfully going to be the member here for lag to bring them back on up to their feet. So they have an opportunity to hold on to this one. They should be able to get all of their members still up, and now obviously they have Titan's loot that they can work with as well. However, right up ahead of them, it is RUKH, and it is also the World of Battle. Both teams have been doing well. Lag and the World of Battle equally on 7 eliminations, and of course RUKH just still holding on to 10. So we've got some heavy hitters still in this top 6.
Yeah, some very, very heavy hitters, but the World of Battle now having to do quite a bit of work to get themselves resituated into this next phase. Zeke taking a bit of a play out
Ooh.
on the drink, but Moment does fall as Eugene just reaches on through. And this is now a phenomenal opportunity for the players here from RUKH Esports just to look and capitalize and strengthen their current positioning. Because, I mean, they've got such a phenomenal angle at their hands here, and all they got to do is just hold it and find whoever else moves.
It's wild to say that we have players in the water swimming on a Miramar finish, but yep, that's what we have. And right now for Triple and Blackjack, as solos equally, they might just look at trying to stay alive till the last moment, or maybe denying some of the other teams an elimination by taking some blue juice. We'll have to wait and see. The Water Battle, though, taking a hit after hit after hit, thanks to RUKH, who are just making it so difficult for them to try and rotate. And, you know, thanks to them, we will be saying goodbye to the Water Battle. Now it is down to a 4v4, RUKH and Lag staring down the barrel of a potential winner-winner chicken dinner.
And we still have Triple and Blackjack just managing to survive whatever the zone has been throwing at them so far. But it is going to be a big dispute coming through between Lag and RUKH to see who will be the one to secure the controlling position coming through in towards the zone. I mean, RUKH starting to move up. I like the spread coming through, and this could make it exceptionally challenging for Lag. And I think on the other hand, right, Lag playing a lot of condensed positioning, but it still puts them at a little bit of a vulnerable position, because if the utilities are sent through, that could really cause damage for Lag.
An alternative, you can just look at the crossfire here that RUKH can apply. I mean, if they get them encircled, then it's literally just about, you know, shooting fish in a barrel. So for Lag, they need to keep themselves, you know, spread out enough that they can cover some good ground, get good information, but still have each other's backs. And RUKH, I mean, we have seen them do plays like this before. They are so comfortable with this 1v3, and there we can see why. Eugene finding the opener.
Oh, but is there going to be enough now for the rest of RUKH to follow through and just lay into the side of Lag? I mean, Lag also steadily climbing up with those eliminations, already finding themselves on 9. RUKH, on the other hand, sitting on 13. But as we look down onto that minimap, it is going to be Zeke and Oldboy that are going to be bumping heads. One of them is going to be found out and sent back to the lobby. Curious to see who it will be. But now, Lag still holding strong here, trying to see if they can find a bit of an opportunity. But I like what RUKH has been doing is, I mean, they found that first player, slowly whittling away at their numbers. And we've got a little bit of a, you know, PUBG GTA coming through here between Zeke and Oldboy, as it is a serious case of cat and mouse. Or catch me if you can.
I thought they were just, you know, showcasing, you know, their swimming techniques, you know, seeing how who can do the most laps the fastest.
Oh, there we go. Come on. Come on.
This is the best. On Miramar, this is what we're looking at. Okay, but
Yeah.
anyway, back to the action with RUKH and Lag. It has quieted down. RUKH still finding information on Lag, but you can see Eugene with the flanking position that they are taking. They can either be that surprise to Lag, or worst case for Lag, pull away that information, since they have already given up their position when they took down A9Q.
Well, I don't know.
They can
Let's
switch.
It could. It could. I mean, it's not outside of the realm of possibilities. What is, however, within the realm of possibility is Oldboy getting picked up in 3rd place. 5 eliminations, the name there of Triple. So that is going to be a healthy dose of elims heading their way. But now comes the big fight, right? The blue zone is going to close up. We are going to hit that stage 9, and that means there's no more waiting for zone. All that is going to come next is just blue zone, blue zone, blue zone. So if RUKH Esports want to secure themselves this finish, they're going to have to start and find a bit of an angle on towards this. They still now hold the number advantage.
They do, but they are just struggling to find that opener. Here we go, Escanor now sending through a few nades. You can see Knights taking a hit after hit thanks to the utility from RUKH, but we still have yet to find either team making that first initial move. They are just waiting for an opportunity, one knock, one sign that they can move on in for the finish.
Oh, look at Knight sneaking up. The utility trying to reach in, but does explode before it makes any connection. I mean, Lag slightly overcooking it, but I mean, rightly so. It's a very difficult angle to protect this on, but here we go. He's going to be Pusher sneaking on up. Escanor trying to keep up this front line. So you can see a lot of the smokes now just getting dispersed all over the place. But this is the opportunity for RUKH to maybe create that opening. It is going to be Pusher steadily on the edge. Utilities will find their way on through. And I mean, if this continues for a little while longer, it is going to be a very tough play because LAG, they don't have any other options. They need to push forward because that is where center zone is. And now RUKH starting to find the first few hits as Knight gets taken on down. Up comes Pusher trying to get the jump shot in. Instead, they will fall. It now turns to Mexico and Escanor. But down goes Escanor and Mexico gets found. Off they are. RUKH secures themselves that winner chicken dinner. Doing so with 16 eliminations to their name.
Have to welcome back RUKH Esports from phase number 1 because this is the performance that we have seen on those first few days. This is the energy that they brought to those overall standings, and now it looks like they're back once again to their old tricks. And what a fantastic finish! I mean, it just seemed more calm and collected than what we saw with LAG. Patience really paid off for them. They did for LAG to get a bit nervous, make a mistake, and then they moved on in for that finish. Again, it came down to that trigger. They knew they had the advantage. They knew that they had the time to wait, and they played it out to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really fault the strategy from RUKH. I mean, the patience of knowing that there's something just there, but if you wait a little while longer, it has to come to you, and it paid off at the end of the day. So well played to RUKH, but you also have to commend the players then coming through from LAG. I mean, just holding their own there as well, managing to survive all the way through to the finish, and then of course our 2 aquatic players that we had as well, Old Boy and Zeke. Getting taken out by a different kind of blue juice. Not exactly the kind of blue juice that we are used to, but it works, especially not on Miramar. But now, I mean, is the first game for the day done and dusted, and we've got quite a few more to go.
And we had such a treat of a zone, so I hope that that's a trend that continues into the rest of the maps. I mean, we might be seeing a few interesting finishes again on the likes of Erangel and Sanhok, or again Miramar towards the end of the day. I wouldn't be too pressed if it did happen. But the first Miramar, yes, done and dusted. So, coming back for these teams, I hope that they have reminded themselves a little bit of what went well and maybe what didn't go so well. But thankfully for us, if we did forget about that, we can also take a look at the highlights.
Well, we can't really say that that was Miramar in a nutshell, but that was a few of the hot takes coming through from all the action that was unfolding in the battlefield there. But of course, now that we've had a quick reminder as to all the action we just witnessed, we have to see what that all then translates into, right? Now, what the point situation is for our respective teams and how many they were able to secure.
That's going to be the question here. Thankfully, we don't have to do the math because I don't like doing math. But RUKH Esports, I mean, that is a different kind of math to be doing. 26 total points that they're going to be adding onto their tally. And like we said, they've been so quiet. We've been missing RUKH Esports, in the top standings a little while. So it's really good to see that they're back. They are looking confident. I just want to know if this is going to be the RUKH that we're seeing the whole day.
I mean, this is very reminiscent of the RUKH that we had all the way back in day number 2. So I want to see if they're going to be looking to push the envelope even further. But speaking about pushing envelopes, we look at what we have with regards to eliminations. Like LAG securing themselves 9. We got the players there from World of Battle sitting on 7. Of course, Triple and Wave sitting on 5 apiece. But for Wave, that's where all their points came from. Solely based on the eliminations they were able to secure. And VISTA also very similar finish, right? 4 eliminations. Those 4 points being awarded to them. But we've got to take a look at that second page to see what the teams find themselves on. As we have Titans then sitting on a very surprising 3 points to their name. MEA Esports, picking up those points. Not the craziest serving of points, but points nonetheless. And then, of course, we have our 3 customers stepping through into our one-stop donut shop.
Yeah. So welcome to Smash Team TimeOut and somehow, some way, we also said welcome first to Black Hand in the donut shop. I'm not sure what happened for them on Miramar, but we'll see if they come back for their second helping. Maybe they can change it on up. But this is definitely an interesting Miramar. Again, I mean, the fact that we had water involved in a final zone of a Miramar match, it's weird, but I like it. It was fun, and it's really good to see the teams being forced into terrain that they're not used to.
Yeah, but that's exactly what we want to have, right? These teams being challenged, being put into situations which aren't the norm. But what is the norm, though, is us taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll be right back with game number 2.
Let's go!
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. This is the last day of phase number 2, and we've just concluded our very first match over on Miramar. But of course, as we know, next up we are going to be heading straight over into Erangel for a little bit of that bread and butter action to come on through. I'm curious to see what's going to happen. As we know, yesterday on 2 of our Erangels, right, that was where Wave stepped up and stole the chicken dinner from the players of Titan Gaming. It doesn't seem like that is necessarily going to be the case this time around, because I'm not seeing Wave in the lobby for this match. So it could be a great play, exactly what Titan needs to try and secure that push. But it is going to be a nice, steady increase in performance that we are yet to see even more of as we move forward into game number 2.
And of course, we've got a few teams like the likes of CRYPTICS actually making their debut, their first match of the day, so we can get a feel for what kind of performance they're going to be bringing to the table. If we have the likes of teams like RUKH stepping on up already, grabbing those fantastic points, Lag, I was impressed with them picking up some fantastic, eliminations. The World of Battle as well. These are teams we don't often get to celebrate, so I am very excited if this is going to be the continuance for the day.
Well, as we can see there, it is going to be Group D to sit it out. So as you've already mentioned, right, RUKH Esports, the World of Battle, TIMEOUT Clan, and Wave not going to be out on the battlefield, but also Group E will be joining us to show us what they can bring. But Ez, this is where I want to ask you, right, what are we looking for with regards to that first zone? Is it going to be a northern one? Is it going to be a southern one? What would your prediction be?
if we follow suit with the way in which Miramar just went, I would actually love for a very like western or eastern zone. You know, just to follow suit. Maybe we go again over towards Milta Power, or maybe we go all the way to Hospital on the western side of Erangel. That's not a map that's not a zone that we often you need to actually utilize, especially with the coastal lines there. That could be pretty fun.
Or maybe even if you go to the extreme, either a bit of Zaki or Kameshki, Stolba, Kameshki, either of those 2
Stolba.
points.
Always
Yes.
Stolba. Please.
Yes, that could be quite interesting. But of course, speaking about interesting, well, we are getting ourselves ready to hop into the game. Let's take a look at that flight path. It is going to be starting, up north. Georgia Ball down below. So, yeah, very, very west flight path coming through. It's going to be quite limiting, especially towards that Yasnaya Poliana. So, Black Hand will definitely go for a bit of an alternate drop location. But I'm curious to see where that zone's going to go, right? Is it potentially maybe going to go towards Stolba, or will it just be looking to be complementary to the flight path?
My questions, but only time will tell. At least we are seeing a little bit of Zaki action with the likes of Blackjack Esports and Smash. Not sure if Smash is going to hang around, or if they might be going for a little bit of a more, calmer approach into this first portion of Erangel. However, taking a look at some of the other teams, we can see Virtual Gaming heading over to Severny, no surprise there. GREEDYFORKILLS finding themselves over towards Georgia Pool, might be joined by Blackjack or Smash, depending on how those rotations are going to be going. So, plenty of interesting points.
Oh yes, a plethora of interesting points to come through here, but let's see where this one will go. As the teams are going to be venturing all the way down south and again onto that Millie Island. And I mean, I think it is pretty safe to say that there's almost like a 95% guarantee that it is going to just stay on that island. Maybe 99%. I mean, we still want to give it a potential, benefit of the doubt. But yeah, this is where we are going to see a lot of that bridge action. Also a little bit of action out in the drink. And Fawi. A Waffy, right? Waffy, I guess that's how you say it. Let's go for that.
Sure.
It's gonna be the first one. I mean, it's like Wi-Fi, but it's an A, not an I. So, is it Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi. There we go. Let's go for Wi-Fi. It sounds cool.
Yeah. Wi-Fi. That works. DK, I don't understand how in this short time that I've been casting PMPL with you for this season, we've had 2 military-based finishes, whereas in my history of casting PUBG Mobile, I think that would make it a total of 3.
Yeah.
Wild.
I mean,
I don't understand these zones.
They're exciting. I mean, even when myself and Krans were casting, we did see a little bit of that southern action come through as well. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a little bit of that Africa spice that comes through and adds on to these southern zones. But what we do also then see is Broly now going to be looking to avenge their teammate. Hey, as they step out with a very cheeky spray, securing that elimination. And so far, it's a fair trade, almost on either side.
Hey, we've got a few drops already. I mean, 3 players down from Arab Rad and the Mind Weapon, so it's already starting off as a very interesting Erangel. And I expect it to continue because now everyone has to make that mad dash to the south. But Arab Golden, they might have to say goodbye to Broly because Wanted is still busy rotating on in, and we can see the Mind Weapon, well, they're knocking on Broly's door.
Oh, but are they going to look to take the door with them? As we can see, a lot more of those, a lot more of the action are starting to come through as several other teams are finding each other. They all look to progress down, or rotate rather, down to these southern positionings. But Broly needs to find a little bit of balance. They don't have the craziest amount of ammunition at their disposal. Meanwhile, it is going to be Max finding Wanted with a little bit of that utility action. But the jump shot comes through. Broly picks up yet another one. And this could be Arab maybe clutching it out. Well, they still have Max and Delhop to work through.
Ooh, we can see though the rotations are finally here. So Broly, they might have done exactly what they just needed to. Waste some time, wait for their, cavalry to actually roll on in, and the backup is officially here. But Broly's still running on up. Let's take down Delhop. And now it's just Max. I mean, this is a full circle of revenge, and all of a sudden, Max is going to be shaking in his boots.
Well, fortunately, it does seem like Max has got all the boots laced up, so, they won't get shook out of them just yet, but it's going to be quality. And Broly coming, knocking on the door or maybe knocking on the building. I mean, whichever way you want to look at it. But it's all going to be settled right here. So let's see whether or not Max will be able to clutch this one out. Oh, a little bit of an opener trying to be created right there. And this could be the opportunity now. I mean, I like this position being held by Broly. It's all going to come down to whether or not Max is going to flinch as the rush comes through, narrowly escaping that initial push. And there we go. Broly gets the hit.
That is what we love to see. Oh, I mean, what a turnaround again. That all has to be on the back here of Broly just managing to stay alive, waiting for those rotations to come in, and it literally is all on the back of Broly. They picked up all 4 of those eliminations, so oh, mad respect, mad clutch to Broly for making that happen. But there we go. We have a little bit of hot drop action already, and this Erangel is so different to all of the rest. It is so much more active. But we still have to pose the question to see who are going to be some of the first few teams to join the Mind Weapon in the lobby, not necessarily the donut shop.
Well, let's see what they're going to be able to do here. I mean, the donut shop has got some really nice sprinkles, right? And as we know, an unlimited supply of blue juice. So, you know, whoever looks to step in might have a very, very nice and satisfying stay. Or at least we hope so, right? Because we prioritize service over anything else. So let's see who will be our next potential visitors, as the Mind Weapon don't exactly get to step in just yet. And I mean, looking at the survivors that we've got, right? Arabs sitting down to 2, but they have 4 eliminations up. RUKH could potentially be in a little bit of trouble with a 3-piece, not a single elim to their name just yet. And also looking at where they currently find themselves position-wise, I mean, they could still get contested because they're now just about to make their way through Pachinki.
Yeah, the rotations are going to be very interesting. Obviously, posing the question as to what's going to happen when we do see the teams eventually getting to those bridges. Are we going to have teams setting up those bridge camps already? Titan on the western bridge, unexpectedly, they have a very good position to do so. And, you know, the eastern bridge is also another question mark in everyone's mind. So this is going to be a very fun couple of rotations as we move into the first and second phase of this wonderful, wonderful wrangle that has treated us to the military base island. But I don't know. I would hope the teams are going to be finding a few more ways to get themselves with all of their numbers onto the military base island so we can have an absolute cracker of an island battle.
Yeah, they just gotta. We need someone on those bridges just to say, you know what, respect the space, just push across. Wait to get into the altercations once you meet the other end of that bridge. And I mean, Titans, they're not going to be waiting for any such things to come through as they look to push in. Ilias with a DB28. Oh, fights 2 so far. 1 more to go at least on this front line, and Puncher gets found out. Now it turns to Axa, and Smash really looking to drive this one home.
Oh, let's see it go through. Titans, I mean, they have been quite a powerful force, and now all of a sudden they are taking a taste of their own medicine. It looks like we're going to be saying goodbye to Titans momentarily as Axa has been reduced down to only 1 HP. Some nice vehicle skills there to work with, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And there it is. Smash, kudos to you. I mean, to take down Titans is no small feat, especially the Titans we know on Erangel. So now we need to consider who's going to be in those top slots.
Well, now we know who Titans need to worry about when Wave is not around. And the answer is Smash, because, well, they just proved themselves. But, I mean, I'm looking over onto that western bridge, and I think this is where things are going to get quite exciting, because we've got the RUKH, the Vampires, URUS all pulling into the mix. Blackjack going for a little bit of a swim, trying to get themselves established on the opposite end, but up comes URUS now, contesting RUKH, and RUKH trying to meet them head-to-head, but unfortunately it does seem like URUS are dealing quite a bit of a devastating blow to RUKH.
RUKH, I mean, they have been doing pretty well. They've been picking up some good eliminations. We've seen them bring in some crazy engagements on Erangel specifically, but it doesn't look like they're ready to deal with this onslaught of both Vampires and all of the surrounding teams. You can see Vampires now chiming in as well, and yep, there it is. URUS, Vampires, they've made quick work of RUKH. So now we've already got 3 teams saying goodbye, and we've only just entered stage 2.
Yeah, it is quite scary to look at as these teams just keep on stepping up with their performances, and all these upsets But the next potential upset we could see is maybe URUS and Vampires getting into a bit of an altercation, as both teams are yet to commit to a rotation in that southern direction. You can see the zone has, of course, been centered up solely onto that melee base, and the pressure, the heat, everything is going to be on, as well as the bridge camps coming through from the players here of Black Hand onto, well, Lag, but also then Mo Esports rolling in from the north.
Black Hand over here towards the bridge line, staring down the barrel of Lag, and already receiving a few welcome messages. You know, just a little bit of dot dot, don't come here, dot dot. Trust me, you don't want to come here. Lag now, they have a fantastic opportunity if they want to keep Black Hand out of this, right? But for Black Hand, we already know their first Miramar, their first match of the day didn't go the way that they wanted it to. They are fighting for a better position on the overall standings. They are fighting for a better position on the grand total. They can't let things end here.
Yeah, I mean, especially looking at where we find ourselves with regards to these points, right? The pressure is going to be on, especially if that is the premise here for Black Hand, right? I mean, we know coming into this game that Black Hand found themselves already situated in that 10th place. We also see the scores updating at the top of the screen. So that was 89 points stepping into this match, but I mean, they want to try and solidify themselves within that top 12 because aside from their 89 points, I mean, Smash was sitting on 78 before this match started. So there's not that much of a disparity between the opening coming into the top 12 and the teams sitting just above that, all the way up into 9th.
We said that there's opportunities for those shuffles to come on in, and we want to see them happen. Now, Virtual Gaming, they are welcoming Mo Esports, unfortunately. I mean, are you going to get this hit? That's going to be the question. Meanwhile, Black Hand, as if they didn't have enough to deal with, here comes GREEDYFORKILLS right on into their territory. And what a beautiful spread of aggression. Storm trying to hold on, trying to give the cover to their teammates. But just look at this fight from GREEDYFORKILLS. 2 knocks almost immediately.
Oh, this is the kind of performance that we want to see. But will this now be that chance for Greedy to bring in another phenomenal performance like they did in the last 2 matches yesterday? And I mean, it's all going to come down to this final push. This is definitely not the way that Black Hand would have hoped this match to turn out. But the blue zone is going to be tanking quite a bit of their health here as well. And they've got only 15 seconds and a bit of change left on the clock before that blue zone starts closing up yet again. And in doing so, the damage goes up incrementally so.
And just, we have so many teams on this eastern bridge. I don't understand. We've got Lag, we've got Black Hand, we've got GREEDYFORKILLS, we've got Mo Esports, we've got CRYPTICS moving in, we've got Virtual Gaming moving in. I'm pretty sure there's many more that I just can't see, honestly, because it's just such a mixed match of teams right now. But Mo, I mean, for all of the teams here towards the section with the blue zone, as you've mentioned, it is about resources. It is about getting yourself across before those resources run out. We can already see some of the members of Mo Esports only with 1 med kit left, and they still have to cross the water line with all of these teams taking shots at them.
They definitely need more meds, but are they going to be able to maybe pull a bit of a successful play? Again, we do see it being Paradox and Vortex. Oh, Rhino and Fevo now just running straight into that lead wall. But is Redox going to be able to pull that heal off? Oh, Greedy now getting traded up as well as they get sent out in 12th place. And it's still going to be a very, very contentious play, especially towards this eastern bridge with no one really disengaging or actually being allowed to rotate further. Lag being the first one now to make that decisive call. But it's all going to come down to Black Hand, the players from CRYPTICS, Virtual Gaming Squad, and Mo. So 4 teams still held up within this bridge area.
I just don't understand it. I mean, just take a different route, man. Go swim if you need to. Just avoid the bridge, please. But here it is. We're going to be looking at the last member here of Mo Esports, who have at least managed to get some more resources to work with. URUS. Oof, this is a scary look. You can just see, just stopping in the middle of the road saying, how am I supposed to cross this? I think that initial shot onto at least one of the members here of Vampires is definitely going to help. But RUKH still has 2 more to deal with. Make that 3. Oh, immediate knock though. This might work out.
Well, I love this, just heading for those, fishing rather, for those hit markers. As Vampires try to pick up the pieces and continue their push back into the safety of that zone. I mean, unfortunately, they do have Ninja accomplishing that goal. But the pressure is on as URUS are down to only one. It is going to be RUKH. They're trying to out-heal the blue zone. Savage about to join Ninja. And there we go. Vampires, they got to prioritize zonal positioning, right? Leave that position from URUS. Move into that next safe area because, as we know, the blue zone is going to start moving up next. Blackhand are going to be falling. Virtual Gaming Squad are going to be falling. The players from MEA Esports also going to be falling to the blue zone. And this is not the kind of fate that we want to see come through for the Vampires.
Not the case at all, and not the case for URUS either, but RUKH just narrowly finding their way into the safety outside the blue zone, and somehow, some way, just using some matrix skills or something else to avoid those bullets coming through from Vampires. We can take a look on what's happening on the inside of the zone. We haven't been here for a while because we're so distracted on what's happening with the bridges, but Triple Esports, they still, for the time being, have all of their numbers, but now they have to deal with Blackjack Esports.
Ooh, wow, and well, do they deal with him? Look at that.
Boy!
It is just Old Boy just ripping it up. I mean, Blackjack getting reduced from a full squad down to a solo in a matter of one mag. And this is now that full send as Triple are looking to close it out. There we go. The nades get sent and it is done and dusted. Blackjack getting picked up in 8th. And a 4 easy eliminations coming through for Triple. But now, I mean, looking at their positioning, this could be the opportunity for Triple to look to bounce back a bit.
Oh, I mean, off of the bat of a hold like that, honestly, the momentum should be so high for Triple Esports. They've got all of their numbers, they've got some fantastic eliminations to work with, and a great position. So, gotta give it off to Old Boy. That is a hold and a half. If you've got a teammate like that, do you really need to worry?
No, not really. I mean, as we've seen, right, Old Boy definitely just, you know, showing their worth. Bring in quite a few strong performances that we've had so far. But as we look a little bit over up towards the northern side, it's going to be Smash also just trying to play in and around this military base with Mozaro trying to rejoin there with Cacao on that southern edge as they move on through. Again, it does seem to be quite the quiet zone. I mean, only 7 teams remaining, 6 of which are currently within the safe area. It is going to be Senke for CRYPTICS, still held out towards that bridge, and I'm not quite sure whether or not Senke is going to be able to survive the damage being dealt by the blue. But Vista, in the meanwhile, looking to get themselves situated, looking to bring in a bit of an opportunity on towards Triple now.
This is a wild position to be holding. This is straight up center zone, so it comes with a risk that you have to worry literally about your entire 360 vicinity in terms of teams potentially taking shots on you, but you do have the exact same position onto them. Triple still hunting, still looking for a little bit more eliminations. Are going to be finding at least one member here of Lag as they move on in. That's going to be a warning to the rest of Lag. I don't see them doubling back to try and get this one res, especially not with Triple closing in.
Well, let's see how they're going to look to take this approach. Now, IC just trying to peer over that ridge. Mexico in front of them. Old Boy again looking to step up to the side there of Lag. But fortunately, they decide on a bit of a different approach. Not going to be looking to just come guns blazing, rolling through into the side there of Lag. Instead, waiting for those reinforcements to just tally up and then start their advances. But here we go. It is going to be that opportunity for Triple to do exactly that as the shots come in. Knight now getting ended right there as the shots come through. Old Boy going to be rushing forward, and Escador could be the next one to fall victim to the sprays here from Triple.
Oh, the danger of hitting a tree, stopping you mid-track, and that's exactly what was happening. I mean, Lag had the right idea to stay in those vehicles because they knew there was a little bit of danger lurking, but now they are literally running into the crossfires of Vista. A lot of noise being made as they get into this position, so that information is allowed. CRYPTICS? Hello? Goodbye? We say goodbye to CRYPTICS. Okay.
Yeah, Blue Zone beating them out on that one, but now Vista having a bit of a swing here at Lag. You can see Escanor has been taken down. There's going to be Mozaro now looking to push up and close that one off as well. A9Q, meanwhile, going to be looking to just retreat back into a little bit of that hard cover. RUKH also then getting found out. And that is the end of the road for URUS. So it is only 5 teams that now remain. And it's going to be a very sweaty play, especially as we're waiting to see where the next zone is going to be taking us.
I'm loving what Triple are currently doing, right? They are cleaning up all of the teams on the outskirts, literally all the way from the western side of the zone to the south, to the east. It is clear thanks to Triple now. And so they've been picking up eliminations, currently sitting on 9 eliminations, and they should be able to get all of their teammates up. Whereas the rest of the teams, they are all nestled in this small little area in the northeast. So again, that opportunity of them being able to come through as the cleaning crew, sorry, and mop up that winner chicken dinner.
Well, let's see. I mean, looking at the numbers that we've got here, the biggest potential threat now for the side there of Triple could be Smash, as they are still holding on to 3-piece, and they're also utilizing a glorious position within that hard cover. But Vista could be the next team to be traded on down, as they are held up very centralized with regards to the remaining squads here. And Triple, they just so active, looking to find that next entry point, looking to find that footing. With Vista also just trying to play it a little bit more safer.
All of the teams now, they're slowly but surely going to inch their way into the center, getting into a better position, hoping to find some more cover and obviously a lot of information. Triple, they're still staying mobile. They're still sticking to the outskirts, looking for information. They've been finding all of these other teams on this outskirts that's been working well for them, but now they need to focus on the final four. Lag only down to one member. A9Q going to be looking to hide it out as much as they possibly can. Vista potentially in a world of hurt. I would imagine they're going to be the next threat or the next team that are going to become the victims here of Triple.
Well, let's see.
Ow.
Oh, easy claps as Mozaro falls. Old boy picking up the trade. It's now down to Cacao. This could be that jump back, but instead,
Ooh.
Kivo sends the hit through, finding a very cheeky angle. And that is yet another team to fall. Down to the final three we go. It is going to be the solo from Lag up against the 3 players from Smash. And of course now, Triple being zone blessed with that next shift.
Triple is terrifying, honestly. I mean, they're staying mobile, and the reason they're staying mobile is because they're looking for people. They are looking for eliminations. They want those fights now. They want that winner chicken dinner before any phases get moved on up. So they are just hunting players left, right, and center. A9, how are they just finding the perfect teams? They keep finding everyone that is down to 2 or 1 players. They haven't even been in the crosshairs of Smash just yet.
As you say that, it happens. Old boy now being met with a few shots here from Ilias. Again, Old boy not going to be backing off of a challenge just yet. Up comes Chemo trying to lure them out instead. Now rushing straight on forward. The potential is there for follow-up. But that is going to be Chemo rather stopped in their tracks. Ilias does fall as well as Thor. Managed to find the head. Old boy also now getting knocked. And let's see whether the opportunity is here now for Triple to bring themselves back into contention. Already sitting up on 11 eliminations, and this is Thor. Try to quickly alleviate a little bit of that pressure before advancing forward. Icy also going to try and flank around the edge, so this could be a triple sandwich coming through onto the side of Smash.
But they're already getting shot at by that third party. A9Q finding the perfect opportunity is going to be a distraction here for Thor. At least the nade finds for the glass, but what are those final hits going to be like?
Oh, up comes Rolex now, just trying to dodge these bullets as they fly in, but it is going to be a no-no as Thor does find the play. And that is it. Smash getting backed up in third. Now, A9Q, the only player standing between the side of Triple and that winner chicken dinner. But are they going to be able to hold their own? Because this is going to be quite the push, right? A 1v2, Thor and Icy up against A9Q. And both teams still having a lot of space here to work with.
But again, it's numbers advantage Triple. They have the crossfire. As soon as A9Q makes their presence known, there's going to be that immediate follow-up from the second. So they need to try and isolate a 1v1 here, but it's the Triple Esports are not making it easy for them.
No, but why should they? I mean, Triple, they want to get themselves this winner chicken dinner. They want to add it to their tally. They're not going to settle for anything less than that. But will they be able to keep their eyes on the prize? Just push through, secure themselves that finish. As we know, Triple, coming into this phase, they've not yet been able to find themselves a single winner chicken dinner. If we look at the performance of Lag, a very similar spot, right? Also, not having had the chance of securing themselves a chicken dinner. But where will it go? As the zone is going to be closing up within the next 30 seconds, we will have our final, well, 7th stage rather, being revealed. There's going to be a slow, steady push. No one wants to be the next one to fall, especially not A9Q.
A9Q also slowly but surely running out of utility. One more smoke and 4 nades to work with. They did try and use that first initial smoke as a bit of a distraction to see if Triple would pounce on it, to see if they can try and disseminate where these players are holding. But Triple, again, not making it easy. They're not giving up information. They're just waiting. They're biding their time, and that's exactly what they need to do. They need to use their numbers advantage. The best way they can do that is to take a little bit of a page out of RUKH's playbook. Stay calm. Stay calculated. Wait for A9Q to make the mistake.
Yeah, I mean, just kick it as best you can, right? And you can see IC now starting to move up a little bit. So they're trying to see if they can identify location. But I like the steady angles being held there by Thor. Thor just going to be waiting to see if any shots get fired, where they are coming from. And that could be the opportunity then for Thor to bounce. I mean, that is, of course, if IC doesn't beat them to the punch, right? But IC just getting closer and closer now on towards A9Q, and it's going to be just a matter of moments before the inevitable happens here. It's either going to be Lag getting the stricken or Triple getting the stricken. See, just inching their way closer and closer.
I think Icy spotted it. They got the pixel. They stopped for a reason. They have seen something. They know something is happening in this area. Oh, come on, it's right there. How do you not see this?
Oh, there we go. Icy steps on up and locks in that winner chicken dinner. That is his first chicken for this phase. I mean, and they've saved it for the last day, looking to step up and just bring in yet another glorious performance. And not only was it a strong performance, right? They also closed it off with 15 eliminations to their name.
That seems to just be the standard, you know. If you're going to have a crack of a game, you need to get at least 15 eliminations. You know, this is the standard that we're going to be setting. Ah, well deserved to Triple. Honestly, they were the threat. You could see they were feeling confident. You could see that they were ready to just take out anyone and everyone. The fact that they were mopping up teams on the outskirts of the zone before they even felt like taking anyone on in the center, that's just pure confidence. That is a plan that was executed off of the momentum of that crazy clutch by our old boy holding strong against an entire team of Blackjack. I don't blame them for having such a good energy and for feeling so good in their final performance. So well deserved winner chicken dinner to them, and a beautiful start on Erangel.
Yeah, it was about time for Triple to just show that performance that we saw so much of coming through in the first phase, and it's good to have that potential just being shown once again. But now we want to see more of that today, right? A one-shot wonder, it's not enough. We want to have more consistent plays coming through from Triple like that, because also when we looked at those standings coming through at the top of the screen, right, there was a lot of gaps starting to close on through. But as we know, it's going to be that time for us to take a quick look at the highlights from this past match. So it's just a matter of moments, and then let's take a look. I mean, Icy, you could almost say that they winged it to pick up that winner chicken dinner. You know, it was plain, it was simple, but they did it. They got the job done, just rising to the occasion, stepping up and securing themselves the finish. And what a way to get the job done. And with all the puns now out of my system, at least for now, let's take a look and see what that point system looks like.
I knew it was coming at some point, but you still catch me every single time. Here we go. Triple Esports, 25 points to the tally. Thank you very much. And it's good to see with my own eyes Triple Esports bringing in this performance, because I could only hear about it, you know, and last weekend. Now finally they're showcasing why they picked up those fantastic 20 bonus points in the first week. Smash team also, it's interesting to see them here. They have these shining moments where they just suddenly pick up eliminations after eliminations, and for them again to take out Titans, it was no small feat.
Yeah, it definitely is no small feat to take out Titans, and I think that really bolsters some pretty phenomenal team morale, right? Knowing that you've just stepped up and you've taken out such a strong team, so big ups to them and a lot of power as well about to come through here. But you got to look at these points. I mean, it's looking interesting on the first page. CRYPTICS closing off there with 3 points, all the way in 8th place. But let's see what that second page is going to look like.
As we take a look at it, bam, bam, bam. That is a good amount of eliminations that we're going to be spreading around to everyone. Every single team decided they don't want donuts. Everyone has managed to pick up points, whether by placement or by elimination. So just fantastic work to everybody. Honestly, it's been a while since we've actually been able to see this. So very healthy, very, very, very competitive for everyone. Even if it's not the performance they were really looking for, some wildly record-smashing performance, it's at least adding something to their tally, which on a day like today is what you want.
Yes, and I mean, as we know, right, donuts not really all too healthy, so it's good to see that the teams, collectively deciding to boycott the donut shop at least for this match. But we still have several opportunities to see if we're going to have any new clients stepping out into our glorious donut shop, and well, that only means that we are going to be stepping into game number 3. So be sure to join us right after the break as we continue with the action.
نجمة جالكسي غادرة ومن التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان. إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
بداية الأيت أوه لا 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 لا.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. We're back with all the action, getting ready to venture over into Miramar. But before we do, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Now, as we're getting ready to hop into our midway point, pretty much here for today, right? Out of the actual legitimate, like everyone can play these matches, right? Game number 3. But at the end of the game 3, it'd be a halfway point of the day. But either which way, we're getting ready to hop in, venturing back out into Desert to play our final Miramar. And I'm curious to see what is going to come through. As we know, the teams are still trying to chasing those points, trying to secure their positions, not only in the top 12, but also as many points as they can possibly find.
And of course, for Group E, it is going to be their first Miramar of the day, and their last. So unfortunately for them, they'll have to deal with a little bit of sand. But we'll see if anyone's going to be climbing to the ranks. Already, we're seeing the likes of our Titans and our CRYPTICS going out early on. We're seeing RUKH Esports stepping up to the plate, Triple Esports stepping up to the plate, Smash Esports. You know, teams that we don't normally get to celebrate. Once again, they have set the bar up high on today's game of play. So. Question is, who's going to come through out of the woodworks in match number 3?
Ooh, that is going to be the question that we are going to be looking to have answered as we are getting ever closer to hopping through to see what the desert will have in store for us. And I think it's going to be quite an exciting one. As we know, right, moving into game number 3, there is going to be a few teams that are going to be sitting this one out. So that, of course, is going to be the players from Arab Golden, Blackhand, Smash Team, as well as Team RUKH. So the pressure, the heat is going to be on.
Very excited to see what they're going to be bringing to the table. And also just, I guess, a question to see what the rest of our teams are doing, really, today. Titans, we know they are sitting so well up onto that leaderboard that they don't really need to be worried whether or not they're going to be going through to Vikendi. We can say the same for a handful of other teams as well, but we know... As we looked at the beginning of today, there was only 2 points separating 12th and 13th position. So plenty of opportunities to get your last few points in and to get you into Vikendi. But before we even get to that point, we have to take a look at our second and last Miramar of the day.
Woo! I mean, it's going to be a decent flight path to kick us off here, as we can see that flight path sitting very, very centralized. Well, you know, very evenly kind of dispersed, but it is leaning ever so slightly more towards the southern side. So it is going to limit, you know, positions up to like the fields, water treatment, Al Azhar. I think the southern angles are going to be very easily accessible, but I think it's also then going to come down to whether or not we're going to have another dirty zone being delivered, right? Or if it's going to be a little bit more lenient this time around.
I don't know, I feel like this flight path is a bit of a bait because it's literally pointing right towards where I wanted that last zone to go and where it could have gone with such an eastern zone. So we'll see how this zone is going to be hopefully putting our players to the challenge because, you know, we want them to sweat a little bit on the last day. We want them to really try and push their luck. But also, the question is, because we had such an active Erangel, you know, you could say that, oh, well, it was just because of the flight path, but there was quite a few hot drops, and I'm wondering if it's going to happen again when we are so close to that eastern side and centering up on Los Leones.
Oof. Well, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one because I'm having a look at what we've got currently with regards to the points, right? Blackjack sitting in that 11th place, and they are sharing that gatekeeping responsibility with the players coming through from the side of VISTA. Both teams on slightly opposite ends of that zone, as we can see, at least for the time being. But the first elimination, well, consistency coming through here once again, as we can see that on the left-hand side of the screen. But we're not seeing the teams really getting overly aggressive with, you know, with regards to their positions, their drop locations this time around. I mean, Virtual Gaming Squad looking to potentially maybe just break off and find that safe haven to move towards. RUKH also now going to be making a bit of a break, heading in the direction there of Crater Fields potentially. Curious to see where exactly they're going to be looking to rotate towards. But the pressure is on, as I've mentioned, right? Looking at the top of the top of the screen there. we can see what those positions are, at least for the time being, and what these teams need to do trying to move forward, because this is where the heat is at, right? It is going to be a lot of play trying to move in up into the top 12.
It's wild that we still have only 2 points separating, 12th and 13th, yet we're completely swapping the names of which hold those 2 point difference. So, it is going to be a fun one. Again, we can see Titan Gaming so comfortable. They don't really have to do much. Same for, the likes of CRYPTICS, World of Battle, RUKH Esports, the Mind Weapon, surprisingly. But that's immediately where it starts to drop off into a question mark, including the Mind Weapon. I mean, 97 points to 88 to 86 being 13th. It's
Yeah.
nothing. It's, what, 11 points? 11 points, and you could be finding yourself onto that Vikendi map and hopefully shooting crossbows later. Definitely using pans, definitely using crossbows. So we'll have to wait and see. I really want these teams to push it, especially today, especially as the last day of Phase 2.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is going to be there, so I want to see what these teams will be looking to bring through for that next potential opportunity, right? Because the glorious part about Vikendi is not only is there a little bit of that, money up for grabs, but there's also the opportunity for those teams that make it to that point to just solidify their earnings for that phase, right? To just secure themselves even more points, and that could allow them to either try and close a bit of a gap or create a bit of a gap.
So good questions that we need to be asking right now. And the other questions I am trying to keep in the back of my mind is how we are going to be seeing these teams transition into the zone coming through from that flight path. We had a lot of teams trying to venture up to the north, and then obviously they cut their position short because they wanted to stick a little bit closer into the zone, and they wanted to make sure that they have an easier rotation in. So the likes of Virtual Gaming, as an example, just on the edge, on the outskirts of the zone there by San Martin, alongside Vampires. We have, the Mind Weapon also cutting it close with Al Azahar, and then we have the likes of, as an example, RUKH, who dropped on close, but they're still heading north. They're heading all the way past Cruz del Fall and using as much time as they want to before they move on in. And it's just, again, the difference in terms of strategy. Some teams still just enjoying the outskirts. I mean, it definitely worked for Triple and Erangel as they were just mopping up eliminations. So maybe someone else can employ that today.
Yeah, it's going to be curious to see if that approach is going to be adopted by someone else, and whether or not they're just going to be looking to strengthen that play. But Mo also now looking to get themselves into a little bit of a position here. Going to be at least they've grouped up, right? At least they've grouped up. They are pretty much kind of condensed. Well, 2 of the 3 now making a bit of a run for it. We're yet to see what Vortex is going to be doing. It does seem like they are finding some decent positionings. Are they going to look to pull into the compound? I sincerely hope so, because that would allow them a good point of safety to play from for at least this phase. But if we look a little bit further onwards, it is going to be Wave, Blackjack, all now just going about their business, looking to see where they can find their next potential few points to come from, and also a good entry point to play from.
Ooh, Petrox swatting out the likes of URUS, making the rotation on in, but unfortunately they don't have the rest of the team to back them on up and to try and make those shots actually hit the marker. You need a few more bullets if you want to be able to hit all of those moving targets. Some damage dealt at least, but I don't think we'll be seeing a connection. Ooh, just barely though, just barely. The rest of Wave, however, they are rotating on through. They were just alongside CRYPTICS. So I'm a bit worried to see if Wave will actually be able to join Petrox, or if we might be looking at a few numbers dropped again. We'll just wait and see how that one's going to turn out. Los Leones currently is turning out into a battlefield, and I'm a little bit excited at the idea of a Los Leones finish, because we always see such chaotic play if we have this sort of city finish on a map like Miramar.
Well, let's see whether or not that city finish is going to come through. I mean, the probability of that is, I think, it's pretty high, because, it is currently smack dab center zone. But speaking about center, it is going to be then the players there from the World of Battle looking to roll on through as well, looking to just solidify their numbers here and have a good vantage point to play from. Blackjack on the offensive, looking to fend off any potential advances. Meanwhile, Bum Bum will get knocked and secured. Down they go. It's now all down to Vortex and Hainsley, looking to see if they can maybe survive the onslaught here from Greedy.
I can't. It's just, okay. You know what? I'm not even gonna cover the topic. Mo Esports, good luck. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say because here comes Greedy for kills.
Yep, they've got their eyes set. The targets locked in. Be Rhino and Fivo now getting ready for a little bit of a rumble here. Looking to push on through. The Molly makes the connection. Vortex now just trying to evade, but unfortunately they will fall to the flames. Hainsley now off in the distance. Having to find that next possible play, opting into the vehicle.
Oh my! No!
They get
No,
spotted,
no,
and
no.
NASA delivers the final nail into the coffin.
No is rhyming with Mo Esports. Please stop this. I can't. No, I'm not doing this today, DK. I'm not gonna talk about that. I'm moving on. We're talking about the zone now because I just can't deal with it. Southern zone now, as we see a lot of the teams having to make their rotation on in. Titan's going to be pulling up right alongside Triple, which is going to be pretty interesting to see if that is going to come to fruition. Don't know if they're going to be taking that engagement or just letting each other pass on by. And, ooh, that northeastern side of the zone, just look at how many teams need to try and fight their way through that.
I mean, again, we see a little bit of water coming into play here, but it's going to be a different kind of play coming through. Old Boy now perched on high, looking to play a little bit into the side there of Titan as they now look to make their rotation. And this is such a beautiful spot coming through here from Triple, but is there going to be enough for them to allow these sprays onto Titan and get those confirmations?
It's going to be the curious factor here for Titans. We know they've had a bit of a slow start today. Again, they're so comfortable at the top of the leaderboard. We can almost immediately confirm that they will definitely be a team that is going to be in Vikendi at the end of the day. But surely they want to grab as many points as they possibly can to get themselves on the grand total as many of those potential bonuses. So, Titans, be holding on. Maybe the strategy is just to see what they can get away with. But Triple, they are pushing for these eliminations. Ooh, Teak!
Wow. Well, that is going to be IC down. And this is not exactly going the way that Triple would have hoped. And this is now the opportunity for Titans to just come rushing on forward, almost picking up a two-piece. There we go. Kimo does fall. And now it boils down to Old Boy and Thor to keep the hopes up. But look at that hit though. Puncher with a glorious motion shot. Just connecting on through and just driving that shot right into the side of Triple.
Ooh. Okay. Hello, Titans. Thank you. You know, I was waiting for a little bit of that action. And, I mean, now it's just a bit of a car chase. They want to get those final eliminations, but unfortunately their vehicles have seen better days. Triple should also have be able to get a bit of distance between them and the rest of Titans, so hopefully they will give up this chase, and we can see at least two of Triple continue on. Yo, that hurts. Old Boy's HP just signifies how much pain that was for Triple Esports.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal shot coming through from the side of Titan, but yeah, it's not going to look all that great now for the side of Triple. They rushing right in and amongst the players there from Greedy to try and get away. A very risky approach to take, and are they going to be able to survive it? We don't know just yet, but let's see. So far, it seems like they are managing to just hold on. Of course, that zone taking a bit of a southern shift, playing into the hand of CRYPTICS. Triple surviving the push, making it into a compound. Now Greedy just, around the corner. They find Old Boy, and this is now just downhill for them.
Yeah, again, when you're running away from the likes of any team, especially the likes of Titans, you just have to take the route that you can get, and their focus was just to put spacing in between them and the rest of their pursuers, so you don't always get to choose what kind of rotation you're going to be taking, and unfortunately for Triple, this is just how the cookie did crumble. But Thor holding on at least to find two, but that HP bar is so narrowly close. How are they even managing to do this amount of damage?
I don't even know. I honestly I can't say, but it's gonna be Thor now, super low on health. Rhino quickly trying to get themselves patched up. Thor doing exactly the same. But the numbers advantage still playing in favor here of Greedy as both players now feel ready to continue their onslaught. Up comes a bit of a push. Rhino just waiting for the hits. Out they come with the DBS and Thor. Oh, almost gets the clutch, but unfortunately they do fall to the DBS. Now Greedy also coming under fire as the players from Vampire swoop in behind them.
Oh, this is just third party after third party after third party. I am loving it. Yes, this is exactly the action that we need from these teams. We can see Timeout also just driving by. Doesn't look like they're going to be joining the party just yet. I think they're going to be waiting a little while longer. But with the routing they're taking, they're getting ever so close to Titans. So there is still some danger. Mido, hello, what are we doing?
Oh, that's risky. That is quite risky as they now push on to the side of Greedy. Timeout could be put on timeout as the rush is there, but Greedy, I mean, even though they are only a 2-piece, they could definitely bring in quite a bit of an upset here, and this is going to be quite the challenge. But let's see, maybe timeout is able to get the upper hand. Fivo now trying to get the res up into Rhino, and this is the opportunity now for timeout to come in with full force, trying to close that out. Fivo up top, just out of reach of the utilities. Oh, but they're not going to be successful as the nade comes through from Hazard and timeout punches their ticket.
So we went from Titans to Triple, then Triple going down to GREEDYFORKILLS, narrowly taking the entirety of GREEDYFORKILLS, then another third party, and guess what, another third party, because Vampires wanted to get involved. Titans said no, thank you, these are our eliminations, so we'll deal with you a little bit later. At least taking one for now, but still all of this information, all of this opportunity right up ahead of them. They have some wonderful eliminations waiting for them, and it just looks like P6 is happy to do it themselves.
Wow, Titans prepping for a little bit of a farming session right here. Having essentially all their players positioned on the edge. I mean, Axa, of course, looking to get that anchor point secured towards the zone. But the rest of the squad focusing all their efforts now on towards timeout. And this could be another insane performance coming through from the side of Titans.
Again, it feels like Titans are just so happy to let individuals from their team take out literally entire teams. But at least there's a little bit of backup here for P6 because they know that zone has shifted. They want to get this engagement done and dusted before another, you know, 7th third party comes rolling on in.
Let's see, Lag now in the meanwhile, going to be stripped out as Blackjack just comes rolling over them. But here we go still. Titans keeping up this gatekeep. There's going to be a little bit of time left until that zone starts to move. About 2 minutes and a bit of change. But looking at timeout's positioning here, they're not going to have all that time to really utilize as they already find themselves on the very edge. And this is where we could see that health now really starting to be whittled down. Wow, English please. But either which way, Titans looking for the opportunity is going to be P6, Teak, and Puncher just keeping up a very aggressive front line.
Yeah, look, they are really not going to be allowing timeout to leave this position without a couple of scratches, maybe a couple of losses. You can see already Hazard going down. Those monster trucks, they look very nice, but they make for a pretty big target. Already the first, now where are the rest? Mido going to be the next to step up to the plate. Teak already doubling back into the vehicles, and they might just be leaving timeout to dry. Oh no, I don't think that connection is going to be there. Mido with vehicles at hand. Do they have something to rotate out of here? Ooh.
Yes, it's called the lobby. Right. That's how Mido is going to be able to get themselves secured out of the zone. Desha, in the meanwhile, does have the buggy to rotate on through, and off they go. Oops, a little bit of parking coming through right here. The Titans still holding in the vicinity. Up they come and swiftly dealing with timeout.
I would hate, I would really hate to be in a lobby where a team like Titans are sitting and waiting for me. It's on the border of cyberbullying, honestly, because Titans, they are relentless. When they pick their victims, they will take you out no matter what. It's terrifying. It's hard to see, but we love to see this sort of dominating performance and presence coming through from Titans, really showcasing their experience. Blackjack right up ahead of Titans, coming through into the northern side. Are going to be spotting our Titans already. A few shots exchanged. A nice little bit of a haircut over towards Puncher, but it's nothing concrete to work with. And in the meanwhile, they do have to worry about a bit of a snake in the grass in the form of Hemo, who've just sneaked on behind them.
Well, I'm pretty sure the Titans would be so relieved if Blackjack took down a Hemo. It will, you know,
Get
take
rid of
away that
Wave.
potential threat. Yes, but I mean, I gotta say, I appreciate what Blackjack is doing here. They're not pushing on Titans, right? They saw them off in the distance, just popped in a few hits, but they keep their positioning. They're not going to be looking to go rushing straight on forward. Now is the opportunity for that rotation. Already Phonics, right on cue, hops in the vehicle, looking to get themselves just a little bit more mobilized, and this could maybe mean that they could find Hemo and then roll forward into the zone.
Absolutely. I mean, that opportunity is there. They are definitely searching, staying very active. So I think maybe a sound cue has been given up. They are hunting. They are looking, clearing up the buildings. Unfortunately for Wave, I think Hemo's days are numbered.
Now Hemo waiting. Oh, finds one,
Ooh,
but
okay.
also finds the lobby. Off they go. Down to 9 teams we are. And Blackjack now having the opportunity to have a nice and comfortable rotation forward in towards the zone if they are going to be looking to get themselves situated up north. But it is going to be a very treacherous play on the edge here with CRYPTICS and Titans getting ready for a bit of a showdown. CRYPTICS all just having a bit of a nap, right? Having a bit of a rest. Everyone just lying down, waiting for the next bit of action to come their way.
I have to say, just on a side note of the zone, the fact that we have even just a little bit of water still involved on a Miramar zone. I mean, even after the first one we had today, it's weird. It's weird. Water on Miramar is just not a thing my brain even understood. It is nonetheless the zone these teams have to deal with, so vampires hopping into this compound. Nice little bit of ridgeline to work with, so any team that is going to be taking that northern approach is going to have to descend down, or they need to take that flanking angle. So if vampires can work as a duo, maybe they can leverage that opportunity to get some eliminations, but they are going to be at that disadvantage if Titans actually roll up on them. With the numbers they have to work with the firepower that they've been showcasing, it is going to be tough. Ooh, but look at this, DK. It is a game of cat and mouse. Can you find the mind weapon?
Oh, well, don't mind if I do. And here we go. It is going to be Alpha Luigi, the first one down. Oh, Malik coming through with a glorious shoddy play to end it right there. Delhop sends one out. Is he going to find the spot, though? Nope, doesn't get anywhere close. But that's great position now for Delhop to be positioned in, because the rest of Virtual don't know really where to go looking for them. As another nade finds its way on through. One shot just looking honest. The shots continue to fly. Meanwhile, we did see Raouf also just in the background there getting taken on down. It is going to be one shot now to fall. Malek, Alpha Luigi looking to pick it up. Delhop getting spotted out as the shots come through. The S12K comes in clutch, and there we go. Delhop with the barrel finds the first hit. Now it is going to be a 1v1. Could be the mind weapon. No, 1v2, sorry. Here we go. Alpha Luigi looking to bring in a bit of an upset. As the rush is on. Nice. Gets one. One more to go. There we go. Almost in the clear. And this could be Virtual Gaming now in a world of trouble. But Delhop just bringing in some phenomenal sprays.
Oh, this is fantastic already. One confirmation. Oh, going to be jumping out the window, just narrowly escaping that onslaught here from Virtual Gaming. It is literally a game of ring around the rosies. Can you, again, find the mind weapon? Delhop is so good at hide and seek, but again, all that noise, all of that distraction has just attracted Blackjack. And they are looking for a little bit of explosive action as they send through those wonderful nades. And unfortunately, we say goodbye to both of our hiders and seekers as RUKH and Blackjack are here to stay.
Well, that was quite the upset. I mean, neither of those teams saw that coming. But RUKH and Blackjack, both teams looking to capitalize on the third party. But Blackjack now having the elevation to use to their advantage could definitely cause quite a bit of a dent to come through into the side there of RUKH. And that's exactly what we see happening as Pusher now gets taken on down.
Oh, Blackjack, it would be so good for them. As you can see, currently in 16th position with those 78 points. If they can get a little bit more, they can try and catch themselves into a potential Vikendi gameplay later today. So this is going to be an important battle for them. They need to take RUKH out.
Oh, here we go. Look at this. Hamadi, eyes on target. Finds 2 players. Now it is down to Eugene. Holding up on the front line. Rami just holding onto the hard cover. But Blackjack looking quite relentless in their pushes here. Rami now almost getting spotted. Yes, in fact, they have been spotted. The push is there. Rami finds the first, but up comes Hamadi to close it out. Now, will that be the final push to secure this just extra bit of a rain coming through here from Blackjack? Oh, Bronsberg is down. Down goes the final one. And Blackjack kept the wipe over onto his RUKH Esports.
Massive 10 eliminations now in the pocket here for Blackjack Esports. This is going to be phenomenal for them on the overall standings. This is what they need to get them into Vikendi. So let's hope they can just, get a little bit of a top up with some placement points as well. But we want to talk about some challenge. Let's talk about the World of Battle. The only other team still with a good amount of numbers that could potentially pose that challenge to Blackjack Esports. And they're right towards the northern side. Otherwise, we have to think about Vampires and CRYPTICS, or at least the solo from CRYPTICS. What's going on with CRYPTICS? I feel like we just don't see them, and then when we do see them, they're either out or they're reduced down to only 1 today.
Yeah, I can't really tell you what's going on here. I mean, CRYPTICS
On Miramar.
Yeah, it's very odd to see them performing like this, and I'm not quite sure what's cooking. But either which way, we'll find out soon enough, because we have the Vampires and the World of Battle just held alongside Lazy Boy there. So our final 4 teams having to settle their differences here. But I like what I'm seeing here. Blackjack, full 4-piece to their name. They could definitely look to just overpower at least this western side of the zone.
There's a possibility for that. I wonder if Vampires know about Lazy Boy. There's going to be a little bit of footsteps. We'll see if Ninja has spotted it out, but it looks like they're just focusing on Blackjack. So, Lazy Boy, if they can be as sneaky as they are right now, maybe they can pick up a bit of a surprise. At least 1 to Vampires. Potentially a bit more, but that car is going to come through for the rotation. We'll have to just wait and see. This is a snake in the grasses, as you can see.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Ninja definitely heard something. They're not going to be looking to take that play just yet. But now with the zone centering up into that no man's land, Blackjack looking to get themselves mobilized. They have that ridge line to play off of. So where will it go? Lazy Boy trying to time the shot here. Ninja going to be making that run. So Lazy knows that there's a bit of an opening just ahead of them. But it is going to be Vampires now looking to get themselves established back in towards the zone. Looking for a little bit of a low ground positioning. Very similar to what Blackjack is currently doing as well.
Yeah, so unfortunately that opportunity for an elimination for now is going to be taken away from the likes of CRYPTICS, but we'll see. Maybe they can still play their cards right. Here we talk about it. Blackjack Esports, the team with the most amount of players still into this last phase, or this almost last phase of Miramar. And we are looking at a top 4 combination that is, again, very odd to me. We've got the likes of Vampires, the World of Battle, and Blackjack Esports fighting it out. CRYPTICS just sprinkled on, looking for some eliminations, although HP bar is getting narrowly close to danger. And again, all they can really do is just snake it on out and look for a bit of an opportunity to maybe pick up an elimination.
Well, you got to snake it to make it. That is sometimes the name of the game. But all this tranquility coming through has allowed the players there from Blackjack and the World of Battle to get themselves situated. Lazy now finds the play onto Ninja. Off they go. Stop now. Going to be looking to just get the heck out of Dodge. But Lazy primed and ready to roll. Meanwhile, it will allow for Blackjack and the World of Battle to continue their altercation as well. But here we have it. Stop. Cooks the nades up. Will it reach? Out it goes. Oh, a little bit of an overcook. Doesn't exactly find the point, but now it's going to be that moment to shine. As it is going to be Stop and Lazy Boy. Oh,
Ooh,
but Lazy
UMP.
make it look so easy.
That's what we love to see. Lazy Boy picking up the eliminations here for CRYPTICS. So even though they are not here in full force, they are still going to be just tallying up a little bit of a good amount of points in pockets. Back onto the action here with the World of Battle and Blackjack Esports. Blackjack tried to push on up into that northern position that the World of Battle are holding. But with the split that they had, unfortunately, Blackjack had to just back on off. The World of Battle did such a good amount of damage. But they still are running a very dangerous 2-1 split. And with the likes of Lazy Boy in the mix, they just need to be careful of how much angles and how many opportunities they are going to give away. They peek out too long for too far, and they could be finding a shot.
That's the danger of playing within this area. Let's see what's going to come through now. Blackjack still holding on to a full 4-piece. Up to the double digits. We've not yet seen a single elimination come through onto the side there of Phonics. There's a team still just locking in the numbers here. The World of Battle looking to get themselves asserted over onto the edge. I'm not quite sure what Phonics is doing. I think Phonics might be AFK, as that vehicle is just crammed into a bit of a boulder on the side there. But here we go. Phonics now tanking damage. Up comes Arthur looking to pick up a bit of a trade. Oh, but MG does go down as Mohammed finds the opportunity. It's now down to Hamadi and Zeke looking to find that extra bit of continuation here.
Oh, if that was an AFK or an accidental disconnect, whatever it was, unfortunately that numbers advantage goes out the window for Blackjack Esports. The World of Battle, they can capitalize. Again, though, there is that danger looming around. It is Lazy Boy looking for an opportunity. Mohammed right up ahead of them. If this happens, if we see Mohammed go down, we are back to equal footing here for Blackjack Esports with an opportunity to take the win as they have one man up. Whoa! There we go. Zeke going down to the nade. Is this going to be the trigger for the World Battle to push on through?
I mean, it could be exactly that opening that they need to get the job done. Meanwhile, it's going to be Lazy Boy just waiting patiently in the wing for both these teams to settle these numbers. But here we go, Mohammed looking for the advancement, pushing forward, finds Zeke, now down to Hamadi, who's going to be holding up alongside the rock. Empty also just waiting in the wing, up comes the DBS, but it will not suffice. Mohammed now falls to quick spray coming through there from Lazy Boy, and Arthur also just holding on for whatever it's worth. It's going to be Hamadi, Arthur, and Lazy Boy. The three solos left to face off for this winner chicken dinner. But where will it go? No one really having the clear advantage. Arthur, very centered up, but they've been spotted. Hamadi sends out the utility, looking to find that opening. Oh, up comes the push, the rush, it's in. Hamadi dipping, diving this way and that, trying to get the spray, does secure the play onto Kron and Arthur, and down they go. It is now Lazy Boy and Hamadi having to face it off.
Yes!
But there we go. A nice, beautiful nade to steal the show, and that is CRYPTICS securing themselves yet another winner chicken dinner.
Whoo! I need to start and rethink what happened to all of our solos, you know, in that break between last year and this year. We had Rauf clutching it out against 3 other teams. We just had Lazy Boy doing the exact same thing. I don't understand. I just don't understand how this is happening.
I mean, it's crazy to see these solos step up, and it's quite scary once you see a solo. I mean, the teams obviously don't know that there's a solo, you know, lurking in the area somewhere, right? But it is quite scary to see all that come through. But what a performance that was from Lazy Boy, just timing that nade to perfection, finding the opportune moment to strike, and securing themselves that winner chicken dinner. But I gotta say, Blackjack really stepped up their performance in this match, right? Hitting those double-digit eliminations, and that was the kind of performance that we've been wanting to see come through from Blackjack again.
I think a game like this is really going to do wonders for them on the overall standings. Even if they didn't get that winner chicken dinner, they still get the 6 placement points, and with the eliminations that they garnered, that is going to be a good chunk of change to add to the overall tally. Like we said, they're in 16th currently, or at least they were at the beginning of this match. They need to get themselves into the top 12, and then they need to stay there. So even though this match was really good from them, for them to secure their slot in Vikendi, it needs to happen again. They need to come back with just a strong performance in their next map.
Yeah, it's going to be of the utmost importance if they want to have another go at that Vikendi action. But I got to say, I mean, Miramar, very, very exciting yet again. So much so that we need to take a look at the highlights once more. Very exciting end coming through on towards this Miramar, but as we know, it is going to be that time of day. We need to take a look and see what the match standings are. How many points our respective teams were able to secure on this last match?
It was a fiery, fiery match. I mean, with Blackjack Esports picking up those 12 eliminations, they will be topping the log with 18. But look at that. As a solo, CRYPTICS, lazy boy, honestly, MVP, managing to get second place, just 1 point behind our top team that, I remind you, had a full top 4 in the final 4. So, yeah, that is a crazy, crazy performance to come on through. The World of Battle also doing well with their 7 eliminations. Really, really good placements. But as we take a look at it, RUKH, Titans, good eliminations. Vampires also making an appearance in the top 4. So fantastic opportunity to get those placement points on through. GREEDYFORKILLS, slowly but surely, they made sure that they were there to get a few fights.
Yeah, they definitely tried to ensure as much aggression as they could, picking up those 6 elims. But as we know, right, 6th place is going to be closing off that 8th place. So let's take a look and see what the second page looks like. As I'm expecting there to be a few customers. Yeah, well, I mean, a few that normally refers to 2, but it's quite surprising to see who it is. It's Triple and MEA Esports getting sent back to the donut shop. The rest of the teams at least managing to secure themselves points on the board. But Wave also having a very surprising play here.
Definitely so. I mean, again, the teams that we're talking about, the constant change up, to see Triple Esports off the back of a performance that they had on Erangel, now just grabbing donuts. It's just, it makes no sense, and it's not going to make sense anytime soon. But that was the last of the day. So for the teams that are cursing the Miramar lands because that's just not the performance they wanted, it's okay. They're not going to suffer any longer. And next up, of course, we have the wonderful, wonderful jungle of Sanhok. So the teams are really going to get a little bit of a wake-up call.
Oh yes, oh yes. I mean, all the dust can now be shaken off as we are getting ready for a little bit of potential mud, maybe, over on Sanhok. Not quite sure if that is really the case. I mean, it does check out because there is that glorious little pond on the side of bootcamp. So who knows? Maybe that's exactly where we are going to be heading. But of course, that also then means that we are going to be taking a quick break to prep ourselves for game number 4, which is Sanhok. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you guys right back after the break. Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. نجمة جالكسي غادروا من التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
يغادر على يد الأيت بيبدأ. لا 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 لا.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, we're getting ready to hop into the action over on towards Sanhok. But before we get into all our proceedings, venturing in towards the glorious and luscious jungle, I mean, we've been seeing so much happen here today already in just our first 3 games, right? We've had our 2 Miramars come in, we've had our 1 Erangel being played, and I want to see how all of that is going to translate through into this, well, the only Sanhok of the day, right? I mean, well, Sanhok is usually only just 1 game, but I want to see how these teams are going to be looking to step it up as they venture in towards there, because as we know, moving into our game number 4, that means that players there from Group B are going to be sitting this one out, so I don't know how much of impact that is going to have on the overall performance.
Look, it is definitely going to be an interesting one for some of the teams as they would love to get a few more eliminations. And, you know, Sanhok really does provide that opportunity. I mean, we saw such crazy third parties on Erangel, so I wouldn't be surprised if we have another opportunity to see that here onto Sanhok. So, yes, in terms of the points, in terms of the fact that Group B is not going to be sitting into this wonderful jungle rumble, they're going to just have to wait it out and get ready for that final Erangel because I don't know. Sanhok is always just, it's such a chaotic map for me. It provides opportunity to teams, again, who haven't had that chance to shine, to give us a little bit of a glimmer of hope and a little bit of an insight into what they really can showcase.
Yeah, it's going to be a great showing coming through here. As we know, as I've mentioned also, Group B are going to be sitting this one out, but Group C now having an opportunity to stretch their legs once again. So that is going to be Arab Golden Esports, Blackhand, Smash Team, and Team Raad that are going to be rushing into that jungle with Blackjack, Titan Gaming rather, Vampires, and Vista that are going to be sitting this one out. So, I mean, the opportunity is there for the teams to try and close up all the necessary gaps to make a play for that top 12 and, of course, as we know, for the top 16. But I think more importantly is we need to take a bit of a look and see, you know, just how much of a difference there is still within these points. As we know, Sanhok is just around the corner, but there's still quite a bit of work that needs to be done here.
Again, I mean, today we have our mini finals, if you want to talk about it that way, as we said off camera, that the teams can get that opportunity to get into Vikendi. They can get that opportunity to fight for the Vikendi bonus points and prizes. So there is a fantastic opportunity, really, to get yourself there.
Mm.
And then obviously we have to, start dishing out those bonus points at the end of phase 2. So obviously there are a few definite confirmations who's going to be joining us on Vikendi: Titans, GREEDYFORKILLS, Wave, and of course Triple Esports, as well as CRYPTICS. I can't see a Vikendi without them at this point. The World of Battle,
Mm.
RUKH Esports as well, looking pretty healthy. And then as soon as we hit that 8th marker, as soon as we get to the Mind Weapon, this is where the question marks start to form, because we know there's only 4 more slots after this that are available, and if we finish on 8th with 100 points, we'll have to take a look at the next page to see how close those 100 points are going to be broken.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going to be a very contentious play, right? A
Ooh.
95 coming through, so only a 5-point difference sitting on the board. And I mean, it's still a very, very hard opportunity here, because if we look at it, right, all the way from 13th down to 16th, they are pretty much in contention for closing up that gap and contesting in that 12th position, or even 11th. So the pressure, the heat is going to be on. So I'm curious to see how that is then going to unfold, or potentially even unravel here. But the last page, this is where the heat is going to come through, because, I mean, as you can see, TEAMLAG sitting on 66 points. It is only a 13-point difference between 17th and 16th. So, you don't want to be caught in that spot. You don't want to be that team.
No, you really don't. And again, these are just the overall standings, obviously, for, the phase that we're in right now.
Yeah.
Then we still have to consider the grand total. The teams need to get themselves on the overall into the top 16. But that's business for later day. Right now, we get to focus on the wonderful, wonderful Sanhok. And I asked in chat, who else really likes Sanhok? Is it just me? I sometimes feel a little bit isolated. I've spoken to so many players don't like this one. Do you like Sanhok, DK, or are you of the same opinion?
I'm indifferent. I mean, right? I like my preferred map is Miramar, because it's Miramar, right? I mean, I'm not against Sanhok, but it's definitely not my favorite. So I mean, that goes hands down to Miramar. That's hands down where it's gonna go. Miramar is my favorite. But Sanhok, I appreciate what this map allows, right? It allows teams to get out there, to get aggressive, and maybe find a few additional points. And already we can see that happening right over in towards bootcamp, with Mo dropping hard on towards the players there from timeout, and things just popping off.
This is again another reason I just love Sanhok. Even if you hate playing on it, you have to admit there is something so exciting about watching a match of Sanhok, because of this ability for hard drops, because of this forcefulness that comes in from the teams, and that zone towards the eastern side is also just going to help continue all of this chaos.
I mean, okay, sorry. I said that Mo dropped on timeout, right? Timeout's here with Virtual Gaming Squad. That's Triple Esports up in bootcamp.
Yep.
Alongside Mo Esports, right? That just got scary. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see how this one goes for the time being between Timeout and a Virtual Gaming Squad, as they are getting ready for their positional play here, looking to gain control of Painan, which could be quite an essential position, especially looking at where it is. But Vortex actually fighting Icy. Up comes a jump shot here as Malik comes knocking on Hazard's door, and I mean, what is going on here?
Is this Halloween? Hello? That was a little bit terrifying, but here we are. Hazard, you know what? You can bow out with some grace, because what are you supposed to do when an enemy literally comes flying by you in the air and takes you down? What must you do?
Yeah, there's not much you can do. I mean, Mido in a world of trouble here. I mean, we also did see the players there from Mo Esports meeting their inevitable end as, well, Triple took them out. But here we go, Malik, a little bit low on their health bar. Could maybe still come as a bit of a clutch here for Mido, as they do have that S12K in hand. Oh, nope, never mind. Hulk is going to smash that one right out the window. Similar to One Shot, now just vaulting all over the place.
Honestly, virtual gaming needs to get their own category. I mean, in terms of what that fight was, it was just hardcore, podcore. You just jumping out of windows, jumping off of buildings, taking shots in the air, 360 no scopes. MLGs, man, MLGs. But all right, we're gonna give virtual gaming the space they need to just calm down. The adrenaline must be pumping after a fight like that. Whereas some of the rest of the teams still have to think about their rotations. I mean, thankfully on Sanhok, again, small spacing. You don't have to really go far in order to get into the zone. You have a lot of spacing to work with. We do have quite a bit of water still involved, so some space will be a little bit limited. In the meanwhile, we have also said goodbye to Mo Esports officially, thanks to Triple, as we've mentioned. And yeah, again,
Mm.
I really don't want to break it down. I think we've covered it in length, and you know, the viewers can tell us what they think about Mo Esports. You know, let us know. What do you think is
I
going to be
mean,
the change that needs to come through?
in all honesty, we can't really break down that engagement between Triple and Mo because we didn't see it, right? We only saw it happen on the map feed, and that's pretty much it. So we don't really know what went down, right? Of course, Triple, they just going about their business here, completely unfazed. But we do have the Mind Weapon now moving in on that northeastern side with Max and Delharp now looking to bring a little bit of a shake-up into this lovely boot camp. Where will it go? We don't know just yet. But it could maybe take a bit of an interesting twist.
That it could. That it absolutely could. Triple will be holding on to bootcamp for the time being, so they still have that spacing to work with. If they should get a few intruders in the potential form of the mind weapon, then they will be hard pressed to try and get that information. Maybe that's why they're running that 3-1 split. They can see there's movement. They just don't have the information to be able to execute anything at the moment. So maybe a cheap shot might be in their future. I mean, it's a hiccup. It's not a knock, but it's a hiccup.
Let's see now. Are they going to take it to the barber shop, the donut shop, or where will it go? Because the Mind Weapon trying to play from up on this ridge line, but I like what Triple are doing. I mean, they landed in boot camp, they got what they needed, and then they move off, right? Very, very, very quick and efficient about their play, but it does seem like they could be turning their eyes towards that center zone. As we know, that is where RUKH, URUS, Arab Golden, and several other teams already find a bit of that occupation secured. So it's going to be a hot and heated play. But of course, Greedy then also coming through onto this bootcamp hill.
Mm-hmm. Again, we've got a few teams that are just so close to one another. Again, a lot of central positioning, a lot of teams trying to find the best central point that they can just stick it out and start just firing all 360 degrees and get some eliminations. But they're going to be hard pressed at this moment in time to be the only team to do so, because it just seems like great minds think alike. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams gunning for the center now, with the potential inclusion of RUKH also joining them, and Virtual Gaming, who are still making a little bit of a slow climb up into the mountain. Meanwhile, Triple, they've moved off boot camp, and they have potentially just found a few neighbors.
Ooh, I mean, it is going to be RUKH here, just held up alongside them. Rami waiting with that S12K in tow. He's gonna go now. Old boy gets spotted out. Oh, Busher lands the hit and down they go. Come on. Oh, Bronsberg getting picked up as well. So a fair trade on either side. It's gonna be Busher now. Getting hit by a little bit of those third-party sprays, but the confirmation is in. Yeah, Old boy is tickets, and now Thor looking to get themselves patched up. Not quite sure if Triple are gonna be able to get the lay of the land here onto RUKH, but they're definitely gonna try.
A little bit of utility being sent on out to try and ease the pressure, but trying to find those opening angles is going to be the point. So at least Kimo will be able to get that confirmation. So slowly but surely, we are whittling RUKH Esports down. Now Icy with a nice little mission, trying to find a few snakes in the grasses, trying an opener. They need to be careful. Those shotguns, they're deadly.
Oh, come on. Riding it out. Trying to push. Oh, there we go. The shot's in. It's Rami down. Now, RUKH still holding on to the two-piece. Oh, but unfortunately, the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad just adding into the carnage. And that, unfortunately, is going to be the end of Triple. But, I mean, what a glorious push that was nonetheless. And now, RUKH sitting with a few additional eliminations to their name. Sitting on 2. Virtual Gaming Squad, though, just capitalizing and already sitting on 6.
Ooh, it's spicy. It is spicy to see a team like Virtual Gaming picking up that amount of eliminations because we know that they have this ability to be so clinical, and when they are terrifying, man. Let me just tell you. Virtual Gaming on a good day, I would run if I was anyone else trying to take them on. But here it is, URUS going to be the next one up, already finding Hulk. That could be the opener, but now they still need information on the rest of Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, but that is what Moman is here for, right? Just coming in with a bit of a flank. Rauf holding the other flank. This could be a beautiful strategy coming out from the side of URUS. But are they going to be able to pincer players here on this side? One shot just hanging on in the wing. They've been spotted out. Down they go as Rauf dials it in. Hulk also just waiting patiently for that potential opportunity on towards Rauf. Unfortunately, doesn't get it quite yet. But here we go. I mean, this is now the opportunity for URUS to strike and double down on their efforts.
I need a little bit of action for URUS. They've been so quiet in recent days, and again, we're fighting here for an opportunity to get yourself into Vikendi. We can see they're sitting on 15th overall with 88 points. We know that you need to start climbing a little bit past 90 before you even get yourself in an opportunity for Vikendi. So, as the maps are starting to whittle away, this fight could be absolutely critical for them to get themselves into that 6th match. And again, we have to take a look at it. As URUS, as they currently stand, they have a fantastic numbers advantage. And this could be it. This could be their starting point.
Well, let's see what is yet to come. Only one elimination to their name. I mean, looking at the side here of Virtual Gaming, they've been able to secure themselves 6 eliminations. Each player sitting with an elimination or more to their name. But Rauf, slow and steady, trying to find that angle, find that approach. But as we now move over on towards the eastern side, it is going to be Arab Golden and the players here from Lag playing themselves in a very similar position, right? Both teams in a bit of a standoff, but maybe we could see Wi-Fi, right? Finding a bit of an opportunity over towards night. But again, it's going to be a very challenging play coming through for either team here.
On the bright side, I think they should have a little bit more time to actually get this altercation done with, because right past them, the only other teams it will be at the moment, it's RUKH and Ra'ad. And they obviously, they're looking into each other's eyes, trying to decide how they can take each other out. So they're pretty preoccupied at the moment. You can see there's a little bit of chaos there between Painan and Quarry with URUS Virtual Gaming, and now the World of Battle rolling on up for a potential third party. So that's about to get heated up. So we'll see. Arab and Lag, they've got some time as we wait for the zone.
Well, I mean, this is going to be a very, very tricky play to come through, especially looking at where the zone has centered up. But I like this contention that we have on towards that southern edge. But again, we see Wave and the players here from CRYPTICS all the way up north now having to bring in a bit of that approach, right? Get themselves a little bit closer to the zone. Wave going to be looking to mobilize themselves, but CRYPTICS, they've got the setup to just rain down chaos into those plays coming through from Wave, but it is going to be a very important rotation nonetheless, and up they come. Down they roll, and Senke and Gonal just doubling down on the heads, and that is 2 players from Wave already just traded on down. But where will the rest go? Because now they know that there's a lot of danger just up ahead.
Look, I can understand the Vespa on Sanhok, but I think Wave are going to think twice when they look at that vehicle again as a good opportunity, because it has just shot them in the foot. It's all that was is that vehicle. Honestly, yeesh, it hurts. But Wave will potentially have to bow out 2 of their members. CRYPTICS holding strong with some eliminations. We can see in the elimination feed, the World of Battle have found URUS, so not looking good on that front. But we'll have to wait and see who else is going to be joining the fray. We can see Farokh Stiltron is going to find the 1, but there's an immediate turnaround. Again, 1v3, what you gonna do?
Yeah, that was an unfortunate play coming through, but well done though to the players here from the World of Battle, now up to a total of 5 eliminations to their name. I mean, Virtual getting shipped out there with 6 elims. You can see Triple on 5, URUS on 3. So definitely a lot of work has been done by the teams that have already made their way towards that lobby. But no one's out of the woods just yet. It is going to be Greedy looking to bring in a bit of a upper hand towards the side of RUKH. RUKH, of course, now confined to the shack. And I mean, if Greedy catch any wind of them, it could spell quite a bit of disaster.
Yeah, look, we know Greedy really love to show up into the final moments of a match. It just seems to be also at this time of the day that they find their absolute groove. So we'll wait and see if it's going to happen here on Sanhok. Black Hand, another team that has been a bit quiet for us. They've been visiting the donut shop, and other than that, I'm not sure what else they've been up to. We just haven't had a chance to actually pay attention to see what they've been doing. Now, they've spotted out some action here to boot camp and some potential eliminations. So, we're keeping my eye out on the elimination feed to see what happens with that. Meanwhile, rest of the zone, nice and quiet. Petrox still making a little bit of a rotation with their teammate outside. And now the shift has to come in, and we do favor GREEDYFORKILLS, Lag, the World of Battle. I am liking a little bit of RUKH's positioning, but again, numbers have to, come into play here. But the Ra'ad from that northeastern side, those compounds might be absolutely key into them holding into this final zone.
Well, it could definitely be exactly that. So let's see if that is going to be the opportunity. Meanwhile, our Golden trying to play a bit of a shot over on towards Lag. It's going to be Ra'ad now. Gatekeeping the side of Wave. Petrox, the final contender left. Ooh, and it's such a close play, but the blue zone is going to be adding that extra bit of pressure on as well, as we can see just a few mere moments to go till the blue zone gets underway. Petrox trying to find the most opportune approach to take at this point. But it does seem like Ra'ad not really going to be disengaging, just slowly inching their way towards the zone. And of course, off in the distance, players there from CRYPTICS and Smash also getting right down to business.
Like we see a little bit of that action now starting to stir the pot. Ra'ad finding a nice angle, a nice opportunity onto Smash. As we do see GREEDYFORKILLS, all of a sudden they have spotted out Black Hand. That's going to be one confirmation almost immediately. And Coward going down as well. Black Hand, oof, they're taking hit after hit.
But is it going to be sustainable though? I mean, you don't want to be taking too many hits, especially not at this point. And Black Hand down to a 3-piece, so maybe there could be still a bit of a opportunity somewhere around that area. But oh, the mind weapon now being reduced to half as they've run through straight into the side of Greedy. Delhop trying to get that res up in towards Zar, but with that blue zone that is going to be closing in, it will add so much pressure on towards them. But the beautiful and phenomenal setup coming through from Greedy. Just love what they're doing with the area here. I mean, they've got quite a bit of range on the terrain. But now the challenge comes through for the mind weapon. Are they going to be able to successfully escape the watching eyes of Greedy?
I don't see it coming through. I mean, they're going to go right out of the blue into the crosshair on a motorcycle. You have no cover, and GREEDYFORKILLS, they just have enough bullets, in all honesty. So goodbye to the mind weapon, we say. And it looks like Smash is also not looking too good. They've got one solo out into the blue. Not sure how long they're going to be lasting there. But we'll have to wait and see. Petrox going to be the only member for Wave as well. They have not had the best of rotations, and they still can't really get in because Ra'ad is going to be taking up a position on that zone.
Oof. I mean, again, right, these teams holding on edge, looking quite comfortable right there. Escanor also getting a little bit cheeky, pushing up towards Wanted, and Broly down on that southeastern side. But Hand, as we saw, just held their own as the World of Battle tried to push on them. But fortunately, not really succeeding on that play just yet. Now, both teams having to reconsider that approach back into the safety of zone. Wave getting closed up there as Petrox meets their end. CRYPTICS advancing from that northern side. Hand still trying to find a bit of an approach, looking for an opportunity. But if they venture too far north, that is going to be Greedy. Too far south, that is going to be the World of Battle. So I think the safest option would be to push straight on forward. Similar to how Broly is just pushing straight out onto the edge here. But oh, a very challenging position. And Escanor managing to dance around those bullets like it's no one's business. Meanwhile, the shots will lock themselves in, and Lag looking to capitalize.
Oh, fantastic work coming through here from Lag. They are just managing all of these angles and immediately going to be sending Arab Golden back into the lobby. Honestly, Brody was like a centimeter away from that go either way. So that was terrifying to watch. But now the World of Battle, they're hearing all of this commotion going on and they want a piece of the action.
Let's see where it goes. Up comes the battle. Oh, tries to find a bit of a place. Sneaks one in. That is Mexico getting taken right on down. The World of Battle definitely in a position where they could capitalize on the carnage. Already ahead of them is going to be A9Q and Escanor holding on for dear life. As Kron and the rest of the crew now continue to advance, looking for these angles. They do elimination. The confirmation is secured. But A9Q now trying to peek out. Down they go. It now boils down to Escanor. Will they be able to ride the storm? But up comes Arthur and Hazem. And they bounce. That is the end. Lag getting traded down. Off they go.
Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. The World of Battle have just rained on in. 9 eliminations. Again, we are just seeing such a good spread. I mean, just look at that on the side. 4, 3, 3, 3, 2. It's just such a good spread. A very healthy opportunity for all of these teams to start racking up some points before we do that cutoff for Vikendi. Pusher. Ooh, you're going to be getting a bit of a welcome package. Blackhand at least going to be getting the confirmation. Looking for an opportunity to take one more elimination away from CRYPTICS, but then they're up against the full force of CRYPTICS before RUKH comes on in with a beautiful spray.
Oh, but it's not out of the woods, right? It ain't over just yet. Now it is going to be RUKH losing their members. Up comes the utility from the side of CRYPTICS. But Blackhand having a bit of an opportunity here. RUKH still going to be keeping quite a bit of a distance here as they then get taken on down and sent back. Goa, Plaza, the final two contenders to keep the name of Blackhand alive here. Unfortunately, that's not really going to play out. Oh, down goes Plaza. That is Blackhand out in fourth. CRYPTICS now sitting on 8 eliminations to their name, still potentially holding on to a full 4-piece. But the World of Battle just looking to rain down as much carnage as they can find already with double-digit elims to their name. And now they start to take aim at CRYPTICS.
This is what we love to see, the World of Battle just reigning on supreme. Looking at CRYPTICS, they want to make their 11 into a 13, and they are just right around the corner from making that a possibility. Marshall down, Senke down, boom, bam, there we go, 13 points in the pocket. It's the World of Battle and Ra'ad, a full 4-on-4. We haven't seen one of these in a long time, but it is going to be a full team against full team. And again, Ra'ad, I said it before, I said it again, those compounds. The opportunity they have now to just hold on and wait for the World of Battle to try and push into them.
I mean, it seems like the World of Battle are already on quite a bit of a rampage, right? 13 eliminations to their name. They've built up so much momentum moving forward. I mean, Hazem is the only player that does not have 4 eliminations. And that's pretty scary to look at, because that means that Muhammad, Arthur, and Kron each has essentially taken out a squad by themselves. So that is pretty scary numbers to look at. But now, yep, Ra'ad are going to be spotted out as, again, gets traded down. Off they go. It now turns to Ghazi on this front end. Kofu, Hazem hanging in the wing.
All this information.
Muhammad knocking on the door, trying to time these shots to perfection. They do find Kofu. 1 down, 2 more to go. It is going to be Ghazi and the side of Hazem having to hold strong, but the Zord takes a shift over on towards the western side. The World of Battle now focusing all their efforts forward. Ghazi gets found out as well, and Hazem in a world of trouble as they try to stand up, try to hold their own, as Arthur is also then picked apart. But now, Hazem almost there. Just a little bit more to go. Muhammad rushes in, and that is going to be it. It is a glorious chicken dinner going to the World of Battle as they rush in, securing themselves 17 eliminations.
We love to see it coming on in for the World of Battle. A winner chicken dinner to add to the tally. Thank you very much, alongside all of those eliminations. And I loved what they were doing in those final moments. Again, they sent one player out to scout. They were getting so much information. I can't believe how much information they had. Just finding players bit by bit in the buildings. Then as soon as they spot one, they go. They take them down one by one. Unfortunately, Ra'ad was just fallen, and I mean, it's a well-deserved victory. This is exactly the way, I mean, any sort of victor would want their final zone to go.
I mean, you got to commend the World of Battle there. Like, they just built up so much momentum. And just being blessed with these angles, being able to push in, timing the shots really well, placing the bullets exactly where they needed to go. and of course having a glorious run. I mean, 17 eliminations, that's not easy to accomplish at this stage. So well done, well played, and of course adding that glorious winner chicken dinner to that. I mean, what a glorious run.
17 eliminations on Sanhok specifically is also just, it's sometimes honestly unheard of. Yes, you can be that team that's doing all of the third partying, and we had to look at the World of Battle. I mean, they were the ones who rolled up on URUS and Virtual Gaming, took both of those teams out, and that's how they started their elimination run. So already you could see that confidence was there, the momentum started, and it just didn't stop.
But you got to commend the World of Battle though, because if you look at the performance coming through from the previous phase, right, they closed up in 14th with only 85 points to their name. This time around, a completely different story, but we'll get into that right after the highlights. I mean, some very exciting action coming through on Sanhok yet again. And I mean, as I was saying, right, the World of Battle just really stepping up the ante. Last phase closing it off with 85 points in total. Currently, I mean, they are sitting on almost double those points, and we've not yet concluded this phase just yet. So the World of Battle, I mean, they've just come out of nowhere, really up the ante, and it paid them great dividends, as we can see looking at these points. 17 eliminations, 27 total points. What a way to play.
Oof, I mean, this theme that we're having of our winner chicken dinner winners taking up just double-digit eliminations, adding up to a tally, a 20-point plus game. It's ridiculous. Again, leaps and bounds in terms of the points these teams are able to collect. CRYPTICS following suit with those 8 eliminations, and then Raad, our team that came in second, sitting in third with 4. So eliminations again, just going to be the counter. I mean, 5, 3, 6, 3, 4 on our first page. Even though we have the World of Battle taking up 17 eliminations, we have such a healthy spread. And it's a curiosity to see if we have potentially maybe all of the teams at least taking some sort of points. As we take a look at the second page, it will depend on how those early engagements actually started off. We know Mo Esports had a bit of a tough time over towards bootcamp, and oof, it looks like they weren't the only ones.
Yeah, it's a happy day at the donut shop as we have 5 teams joining us on that front. App Golden narrowly avoiding that, at least managing to find themselves that 1 placement point. But it's been a tough run. I mean, Triple doing hard work, getting themselves 5 eliminations. Unfortunately, not really ending this match where they would have wanted to. As we know, they got taken out in 14th position. So it's a little bit of a tough run, but still trying to go out with a bit of a bang. Also, URUS locking in those elims, but it was a tough run. I mean, this was a very scary Sanhok to look at, especially based on that performance that we had come through from the players there of the World of Battle as well.
But it's a good thing. Again, I'm very excited that we keep having that opportunity to celebrate new teams, to talk about new teams getting to the top of the lobby, getting to the top of the rankings, and bringing in much needed points. We said today is the last push for that phase 2. Whether you're going to be doing it so you can get your shot at Vikendi, whether you're going to be doing it to get your motivation and momentum up for the next phase. Please, I said yesterday, I asked and begged the teams if they have cards to show, today is the day they need to bring them in. They have to play their hand, they have to do their best.
Yeah, no opportunity for any aces up the sleeves. But of course, speaking about aces up the sleeve, we still have 1 up ours as we are going to be heading over into Erangel for our game number 5, almost the last match of the day. But it is going to be that deciding game to see who will be making us through onto towards Vikendi. So be sure to join us right after the break. See you guys in a bit.
is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. This is the last match right here for phase number 2 to come out onto the battlefield before we head over into Vikendi. So the heat is going to be on, the pressure is going to be on, and of course we are going to be stepping back out onto Erangel to see what our teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield. But of course, we also need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So much love going out to them. But right? We're there. Game number 5 is about to make its way onto the field, out onto the screen.
Yes.
The teams are getting ready to show down. What are we expecting to happen here?
No expectations, because expectations are just going to get thrown out the window. But I will say I'm very curious to see what some of our bigger, if you want to call it our bigger teams, are going to be bringing to the stage. I mean, the likes of Titans, Triple, etc., whoever do find them on this last Erangel of the day, what they can really showcase. We've also had the likes of Blackjack Esports, and they had a fantastic match on Miramar. And we said, again, if they want to get themselves to the top 12, if they want to get themselves into Vikendi, that can't be the last good match. Same for the World of Battle. Whoever it is that had one single good match, they need a good performance, good consistent performance. Otherwise, they're not going to be seeing Vikendi. So that's just, all I want is some consistency.
Yeah, and as we saw looking at that point situation, right, it's going to be a very, very tight play, especially moving into this final match. As we know, a few of the groups already, well, one group, they've already concluded all 4 of their matches for today. So it's essentially going to come down to whether or not they've done enough to secure them that position moving forward, right? Now, by that, of course, we are referring to our teams in Group A. So Mo Esports, TEAMLAG, Triple, and URUS. It's all going to boil down to whether or not they've acquired a sufficient amount of points. But of course, Erangel is going to be just around the corner. And yeah, I don't really know who I'm going to be supporting this time around, because I think it is just such a tough position with regards to points where these teams currently find themselves.
It is, and it's a lot of pressure to build up, because you know that you've only got one more opportunity in this phase to get as many points as you can, to try and climb the overall standings before you go into that last week. And that last week is always so grueling. It's exhausting because everyone is pushing for those final few points. Everyone is going to be stepping up their game. So anything that you can get now in preparation for Vikendi, in preparation for our phase 3 coming back on Tuesday, it is going to showcase, and it is going to go a long way. But we also have to talk about the bonus points, because after this match, we go to Vikendi, we know there's a few more points that can be had there, and then we start dishing out bonus points. Titans already, I don't see their first place necessarily being taken away, unless, I don't know, GREEDYFORKILLS has another 22 points a game, in which case I will eat my words, but it's going to be tough to try and knock them off of their podium.
I mean, like, to put it into perspective, right, it's going to be quite scary moving into this match number 5, because we do see a bit of a tie currently up in towards, well, there's a few ties moving through into our top 5. Things are looking pretty tight and concise on that front. But, I mean, also then the top 12, right? It has not yet been secured. There is no one particular team that is safe, especially looking at that kind of, that gate into the top 12 itself. So I'm curious to see who's going to be the ones looking to rise up. And I mean, I feel the pressure coming through for the players there. From Blackjack, we got Vista, we got URUS, we got Virtual Gaming Squad, we got Smash. I mean, they're all pretty much in contention, looking to see what they can bring through. But then you can also still add Arab Golden into the mix because they're sitting on 80 points, right? And as we know, the top 12, the entry to that is going to be 90. So only 10 points currently separating those teams, looking to see who will be those 12 teams venturing over in towards Vikendi.
Hey, 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 that time is about to be here. We need to see who's going to be the teams to rise to the top. Last match, lost opportunity. You can insert meme here, but it's that. I won't do that now. Anyway, we've got a fantastic flight path and opportunity for teams to get to their relative positions. Are we going to have another military-based zone is going to be the question, because I think we've seen a lot of the southern portion of Erangel, and I would like to go to the north for once.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a little bit of a northern zone to come through, but I'm curious to see what these teams are going to be doing in anticipation of that zone deployment. Of course, we do see some pretty impressive stats coming through there. Zuxi, Oldboy, and Muhammad sitting with some pretty strong numbers to their name, the highest elims. The damage looking pretty consistent as well, but it's great to see Puncher also then sneaking into the mix there with the 7,900 damage being dealt. Of course, the headshots, so far it's a three-way tie, at least from what we can see, right? The top three having exactly the same number of headshots coming in their direction, and the knockouts also looking pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, look, the teams have really had to step it up when it comes to those eliminations, so it's not a surprise that we are going to be seeing all of these stats coming through, and the teams just, oof, they're looking nasty, man. But on the bright side, we do have a central zone. We don't have a northern zone, so I'm a little bit upset, but we have a lot of water that is involved in the zone, so a lot of spacing being taken away from the teams. And again, interesting opportunities, interesting spaces we could be seeing them taking aim. Looking at some drop sites though, Georgia Pool, the northern side of Georgia Pool specifically, holding currently GREEDYFORKILLS and Smash, and already Arab Golden has lost a player.
Yeah, that's a very, very interesting play coming through on that side, as they do find themselves in a little bit of a hot spot right there. But we also see a little bit of contention heading in towards that North George, right? Greedy, Smash, all dropping there. We've got the addition of CRYPTICS on that South George side, and they share that potentially with the players coming through from Vampires. I mean, Vista, the players here from Timeout, also then having a bit of an opportunity. Lazaro very isolated, but quick on the reaction here, spotting out Hazard and just laying into them.
Oh, hello, hello, Hazard. I feel like Hazard's always in a position where they just, there's no cover. They don't have an opportunity to hide. What are they supposed to do? But we got some good opportunity for Vista to also pick up some eliminations. Again, just looking at that 90 points. And we've got two teams currently tied on 90 points, that being Blackjack Esports and URUS. So it is going to be a close finish. We are going to be fighting right until the end to see who's going to be getting that Vikendi.
Well, actually, we've got 3 teams tied on 90, and we've got 2 teams tied sitting on 89 points, right? We'll see that up at the top of the screen in just a brief moment. So, I mean, if you've ever wanted a fight for top 12, this is going to be it. I mean, already we can see those pushes coming through. Vista sitting there with a few points on board as well, already securing themselves that one elimination. But look at that, right? 90, 89. I mean, this is going to be a very scary match to see who will be making it into that top 12.
I mean, it's exactly... That's what makes it exciting, because we have that opportunity just to see how these teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail right up until the end point, right up until that cutoff time. And that's also where we start to breed some of those dangerous plays. That's where some of the teams have to actually take risks that they normally wouldn't, just because if they don't, it might be all for naught. So it's going to be fun. It's definitely going to be an interesting time. But we do see that there's not a single team on the military base island. Do you think that's a little bit of PTSD from our previous Erangel?
It could be. I mean, I think they're maybe just a little bit over it right now, right? It's been a tough run. Seeing that we've had so much action already coming through on that side. So yeah, let's say maybe it's a little bit of PTSD. Maybe it's just them knowing a little bit better this time around, because at this point, there's no guarantee that it's not going to go south, right?
Well, yeah, the thing is, there is a good portion that is really heading towards the main island. I, I don't know. It it would be about reading the zone. I think we've seen enough south of Erangel, so let's just stick to the main island for now, shall we? Titans though still holding on to their general position, finally getting to Milta after a bit of a hefty rotation on in. And for Vista Gaming, holding on to that Fairy Pure section. So we've got a nice little bit of a split as well. Mazzaro now getting back from that lovely little initial engagement that they found. Haven't seen any further engagement so far, even with the rotations. So we still have to worry about Smash and GREEDYFORKILLS, as well as CRYPTICS over towards Georgia Pool, but that is pretty much the hottest spot that I'm looking at, other than over towards the southern portion of RUKH with the World of Battle and the Mind Weapon.
I mean, so it's gonna be a tough play to see who's gonna be the next one to kick off this fight, because currently there's a lot of separation coming through. But I appreciate it actually, because it allows the teams to get themselves sorted for this coming stage, and once they hit stage number 2, it's gonna be a case of almost anything go, because I think it's gonna be a very, very hairy and scary zone to play through.
No, this is really going to be a bit of a tougher challenge. I think we might see a more slow down approach, especially compared to that initial wrangle, because there it was just hot drop action after hot drop action. Then we had bridge camping going on with like 7 teams. It was wild times on a wrangle, but now it's more of a standardized flight path, a standardized zone. Teams know exactly what they need to do. They have their rotational pass that they can finally go back to, and now it's just about playing it out, seeing whose strategy is going to come out on top and who has that ability to make it happen. As we move into the later zone rotations, that's where things are going to get a little bit interesting. But speaking of interesting, we do see CRYPTICS actually taking an early rotation, and it's a bit of a cheeky one. They've gone through from South George, right between Wave, right between Raad, all the way to where Mazzaro was, finding a little bit of success. So Vista need to get a bit of a rotation going, or they might be able to say goodbye to Mazzaro.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. They definitely need to try and just fortify that holding that they have, because yeah, CRYPTICS, as we know, right, not a force to be taken out lightly. It does seem like Mazzaro is able to just slightly stay out of the way. Of course, this is where it all went down in the beginning of the game. Marshall just going to be chilling there, enjoying the scenery before moving out and pushing further in towards the zone. But CRYPTICS, they could actually find the players there from timeout, just up ahead of them.
Ooh. But again, we haven't dropped a single team yet, so it's a bit more quiet. It's a bit more to what we should be used to, with the teams just holding on strong, getting themselves looted up and kitted out before they take those engagements. Desha, though, timeout. Again, isolation is not what you want to be, especially not up against the likes of CRYPTICS. But for now, Marshall is just doing their scoutly duties, so I don't think we'll be seeing an initial hit just yet.
Well, let's see where it will go and whether or not those hits could be around the corner. I mean, once CRYPTICS start wandering all over the place, it's only going to be a matter of time until we see that strike come through. Meanwhile, Wave going to be looking to push in as well, coming in from this western side. But are they going to be able to find themselves a bit of a repeat? Because we know we do have the players from Titan in this match. So, this is the kind of match in which we see them really bumping heads. And looking at the rotations, I mean, Titan Wave, they're rotating up together. Well, I mean, P6 is rotating up alongside the rest of Wave, while the rest of the Titan crew are just holding steady over into Malta.
Ooh, this is a bit of an interesting one. So this new zone shift, I mean, we're involving, again, interesting points. Potato Hill is happening. We have an opportunity to go check out some action towards that end. We obviously have the outskirts of Yasnaya. We also have a little bit of that section of RUKH just towards the eastern side. And then it is open lands. It is absolute chaos towards the center. So again, there is going to be some fun times to find a little bit of that shelter. Maybe, dealing with some of the bunkers. Maybe we have some finish towards those bunkers, who knows, it will be a little, but ultimately now it's just about finding that initial position. Got a few teams in center, they have massive opportunity to set themselves up.
Let's see if that setup is going to be, well, available for them, because, well, 16 teams left to crack into the zone. But here we go. Oh, nicely done. Arab Golden kicking off the proceedings, finding those hits, sending them out in towards the mine weapon. And this, of course, happening center zone. Greedy finding the hit up on towards their shot, just getting uprooted and ripped out of that vehicle like it's no one's business. But Zuxi trying to double down. Mido and Led also now trying to find a bit of an approach here. Maybe they can find... Oh, yep,
okay.
they do. It is Mido coming through with a DP28, looking to just bring a little bit of justice back into the swing of things.
Oh, Timeout have just become the gardeners of Erangel, but now they get a bit of a taste of their own medicine. You can see a little bit of a continuance as they try and find those angles to work with. Greedy for kills, they're holding on, and here we go. That is the third party to chime on in as RUKH ensure the Timeout gets sent back into the lobby. But very good work overall to hold on to that. Greedy for kills will be very happy with themselves, but now it's Vista, DK. Vista in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, here we go. At least they found the shots over on towards Tofu. It's going to be Ghazi and the rest of the team now trying to hold strong, but Fisk now trying to see if they can claim a bit of a position with Potato Hill.
Oh, opportunities definitely there. Smoke's going to be deployed. Vista slowly but surely a nice little bit of a flank and an opportunity now with that nade from Mazzaro. All of a sudden, RUKH, they're in a bit of trouble here. They're holding on to the angles, but they don't have the cover to work with, and they don't have the time to get the reses on in, to get their health bars through before Vista are going to try and move in.
Oh, wow. An absolute bombardment. I mean, we can hear those planes overhead, but that is not where those utilities came from. It was all from the side of Vista. And now, Mazzaro just holding on that front line, looking to see if they can close it up. Greedy just looking on the edge there, but up comes again, finds the position. The spray is in. And that is now quite a bit of a bounce coming up here, as we can see. Greedy just looking to lay into everyone up ahead of them. Is going to be Nossa running over Kofu. Again, does fall to the spray, and it now boils down to Hazem, who narrowly escapes the initial onslaught. But the Wave also going to be looking to capitalize on the carnage.
They have to. This is an opportunity for them to pick up eliminations. We know they want to climb those overall standings as much as they can. I don't think they're going to be in any threat of knock to Vikendi, but every little, elimination is going to be counting here. And they've got such a good opportunity. Vista, and Wave going to be saying goodbye to RUKH. And as we take a look at it, Wave up with 4 eliminations coming through from that western side. Right up ahead of them, though, can be greedy for kills, and they might be able to find a little bit more carnage.
Well, let's see if that's going to be on the cards, because there's so much carnage already coming through. Redox meeting Marshall head on, popping those shots through, and now it is the opportunity for the rest of Black Hand to find their angles. Oh, but there's a little bit of separation coming through. Senkei is going to be looking to move in here, as Senkei just looks to fall back into Alamo, but the shots are there. Look at Storm just rushing the fort, coming in. Go up on the ridge, trying to pop the shots. El Chapo now having to do a few push-ups to just stay in this fight an extra while longer, but it is going to be RUKH also now looking to bring in their own share of the carnage.
It is just drive-by after drive-by, and unfortunately, CRYPTICS is going to be the roadkill for today. But RUKH now up on the chopping block, having to deal with Black Hand. They were just in this vicinity, they were just holding on to this angle, and now they need to give it up. I don't think they'll do that without a fight. Koa and Plaza, though, isolated, not together, not an opportunity to try take this on together. And again, another case of roadkill.
Wow.
They're just practicing for Vikendi,
I don't know how Koa missed that one. I mean, right, it's not exactly like it's a quiet vehicle that Rami is using there, but either which way, big ups to Rami for being able to secure that play. Now the pressure turns to Plaza, is looking to get themselves situated, playing for a little bit of that escape route as they are venturing down to the eastern side. And the nice thing is the blue zone is not going to be eating away too much at their health bar. Meanwhile, as we return to Potato Hill, Wave claiming the top of the hill here, but it is going to be Vampires knocking on their door. They want a little bit of share of the action here. And as we look over towards School, we can see the players there from the World of Battle Blackjack and Smash Team holding steady. But where will it go, as Virtual Gaming Squad could also now run their way right back into the lobby. But the zone centers up on Greedy, and this is going to be a very dangerous shift.
It's also going to be a good opportunity for Wave as they hold on to Potato Hill, but here come Titans, a little bit of a surprise in the Wizard Tower, and it wasn't quite the one that they were looking for. Instead, it is Virtual Gaming holding strong, a lot of action back and forth, and damage that's ultimately going to be dealt to Puncher. So we look at a 3v4, and Virtual Gaming still looking for the win.
Well, it's not out just yet. Virtual Gaming Squad could get the clutch here, but it's going to take a lot of work. Titans holding onto this Wizard Tower. Up comes the nade. Gets close to Teak, but Teak knows where to hide. And this is now that opportunity for the rest of the Titans to just rush on forward as Teak makes a run for it. Woo! Hey!
I mean, they tried. They really did try, but unfortunately, those shotguns are right up close and personal. The rest of Titans are mobilizing, trying to get an angle into this fight, trying to help out their teammate, but all of the smokes, all of the suppressing fire that Virtual Gaming is giving out, they just don't have a chance. They might just have to leave Teak alone and rotate on out.
Well, I mean, we know Malek also being one of those cracked players, so maybe this could be the chance, but it does seem like it is going to be some hot pursuit as they follow hard on their heels there, but leaving P6 to continue further afield. Meanwhile, we do see some action brewing on the horizon. It is going to be RUKH and the Mind Weapon as they now fight for possession of this compound. But look at that, the Mind Weapon, a duo, just standing up to the side of RUKH, already getting 3 of their players knocked. And now comes that full send as they look to close it out. They want to get the final hits in, and they succeed as they take down RUKH Esports.
I mean, a pat on the back almost immediately. The Mind Weapon, definitely a good amount of points that they can be adding over to their tally. The entirety of RUKH, as a matter of fact, will be added to their tally. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Again, not a small feat, and to do that as a duo is just even more insane. However, as we can see, Crosshair's pinpoint and trained onto the Mind Weapon. Information obviously gathered by GREEDYFORKILLS. And again, GREEDYFORKILLS in center on that high rise. Such a good opportunity for them to do what they do best. We're going to keep an eye out for them. Smash moving on up. Wave standing in their way. This fight for Potato Hill is just about underway.
So my curious question here is, who's going to wave goodbye to Potato Hill? Will it be Smash or will it be Wave themselves? And oh, the hits come through. It's a trade on either side. Wave now starting to slowly crumble as it is down to Gaddafi and 1 knock, but Petrox quickly pushing in to get that raise up in towards Hemo. Here we go. Smash cooking it up. Down to a 2-piece. Rolex, Ilias trying to send out all the utility they can find as the blue zone is going to be forcing their hand. They need to push forward. Meanwhile, Vampires will get shipped out, but now up push. The rush, Wave trying to suppress the advances coming through from the side of Smash. Now trying to throw everything they've got at them.
Wave has to hold on to this. They've done well. They managed to get up to 4. They managed to sustain their opportunities. Again, Smash in a very dangerous position, though, because we can see Titans lurking just behind them, waiting for the opportunity to get into this third party. That Blue Zone is going to be moving on in. Smash, their time is numbered. Rolex now still the last member, holding on, trying to get an angle into this, but here comes Wave. Petrox now going to be a distraction, while Titans, or Axa specifically, is going to be stealing that final elim.
Oh, very, very cheeky play coming through here from Titan, but Axa also not out of the woods just yet. Still going to be trying to continue on with the onslaught. The solo play here for Titan up on Potato Hill, and they shall fall as P6 has instead focused on that zonal positioning. But now Wave to close it up, picking up yet another elimination, adding it to their tally, currently sitting up to 8. Now could make that 9. This is some phenomenal momentum that Wave is starting to build up.
I also don't see how P6 can really get involved in this, so they might have a bit of an angle. If Wave overextends, P6 can maybe get a shot on in, but ultimately I think we should be saying goodbye to Axa. There it is, confirmation in the bag. Again, that zone has moved a bit further away, just the edge of Potato Hill still involved. We can see towards the center. We've got a few more teams that are sitting pretty, GREEDYFORKILLS being one of them, but on the edge, it is Blackjack Esports and, of course, the World of Battle that need to move in. And they need to do this right alongside each other. So I'm expecting a little bit of a crossfire to happen. And we might be seeing a few losses at hand as well.
Yep, that's definitely an inevitable fate. But Blackjack need to be super cautious because we've seen this momentum that the World of Battle builds. And once they start getting that opportunity, there's not much that can stop them. And they are definitely going to be looking to replicate the effort they've already shown here today, those capabilities, but it is going to be Phonics now trying to reach up into the side there of Muhammad, not really being able to lend too much of a helping hand to the side of Zeke. But will they be able to get themselves situated back in towards that zone?
Oh, Blackjack Esports. They're going to be dodging and weaving in between these bullets that the World of Battle are just dishing out in absolute sums. I mean, take a keg, take a grenade, who knows? You might not be finding yourself in the zone much longer. There's a bit of a back and forth trade. Ultimately, though, Blackjack, they still have to get themselves in zone. Right behind them, it's also the mind weapon. So their time is numbered. Zeke isolated out into the open. Oh, I just don't see how Blackjack are getting out of this.
Well, I mean, especially not Zeke, as they've not just been traded up, trying to play a bit of a position, a bit of a flank angle there. But up comes the push now. It's going to be uphill battle here for Blackjack if they are to stay in this game. But Greedy now moving in alongside the World of Battle. It is going to be Hazem to fall as Phonics does secure them. But Kron doubling down on the efforts. It now turns to Aquaman. Good old MG holding on for dear life. As the World of Battle move in, we've got the mine weapon also on the side. The opportunity is there, and that is Kron now trying to capitalize, trying to drive those shots home. But all the noise that they've been making has, of course, lured in the players coming through from the side of GREEDYFORKILLS.
As they should be, keeping to their namesake. They know there's a little bit of action happening towards this outskirts, and they want to get some points before the ultimate absolute chaos is going to happen. A little bit of scouting, though, just happening. Zuxi moving a little bit further up, looking for those movements, looking for those opportunities. But again, the World of Battle, they're going to try and hunker down. They still have to get their numbers back up.
Well, are they going to be able to secure that play, though? That is going to be the big question. But look at this. It's going to be Greedy now, just looking to suppress them, looking to play that upper hand. Meanwhile, Virtual Gaming Squad will get sent out in 9th. Rhino sends it over. Blackjack does fall as well. And here we go. It is going to be that final shuffle, the final push, at least now, to gain control of the zone, or at least a footing coming into the zone.
GREEDYFORKILLS, they are sticking to that zone. They are sticking to that center. Now potentially playing at a gatekeep here for the rest of the teams moving in, specifically the World of Battle from this position, as well as the mind weapon. Backhand, unfortunately, not making it to the end as they were reduced to a solo. Plaza did bow out. And now we see the slow climb and ascend onto the mountaintop. Again, GREEDYFORKILLS. Good positioning. They were one of the first teams in the center zone. They were one of the first teams to scout out this layout and to get themselves into the best position. And now it's going to pay in dividends if they can play their cards right.
But let's see where this one will go as White Boy is now putting up alongside Arab. Oh, there we go. Very swift action coming in as they deal that devastating blow. It's now down to Zar. Wi-Fi just going to be trying to play a little bit of an angle here. Not securing that hit because there's nobody there. Meanwhile, Rhino will get found out as the World of Battle look to move on through. Wave going to be closing in. B6 just lying in the ditch, just waiting, hoping, praying that they don't get spotted. But of course now Hemo bumping out their style ever so slightly. Up comes the sprays on towards Greedy as one knock looks to close it up, but it's going to be one of the players there from the World of Battle moving in from the northern side. And this is going to be a very contentious fight between Wave and the World of Battle, looking to see who can secure themselves this compound.
The World of Battle, they kept their enemies close so they can wait for that opportunity to strike, and this is exactly what is happening for the GREEDYFORKILLS team. Unfortunately, reduced down to only Nossa. Wave have backed off. They got what they needed. They got information, they got a couple of eliminations, and now they know that there's another team over here to cause some trouble. So they back on off. They get themselves some spacing to work with. They also find P6 in the midst. Of course, it's going to be Hemo to just, you know, take Titans out. Of course,
Yeah.
it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, again, consistency coming through, Hemo doing some Hemo things. But where will it go now as we are down to our final 5 teams? The World of Battle sitting up to 7 elims, Wave sitting on 13. I mean, this is looking pretty scary as Wave sat down towards that southern side, the only team in the southern half. But where will it go? Arab now finding the final play on the mind weapon, and that is us now whittled down to only 4 remaining squads.
Oh, but these numbers, they are just looking so scary. The World of Battle, Arab Golden once again, they have that advantage. For Wave, for GREEDYFORKILLS, they're going to have to play their cards right. I mean, we've seen teams do it with solos before. I mean, we literally had it happen today. We've had it happen on other maps as well. to see if they'll be able to survive the onslaught already. Nossa is going to take a nade to the face, and it looks like the Water Battle know exactly where they are hiding out.
Well, let's see where this one's going to go. Nossa still just hanging on. Just keeping it up. It's going to be a very tough play. Fortunately, that vehicle does provide them some good coverage, at least for the time being. But let's see where this one is going to take them. It is down to the final hurdle. The World of Battle now sitting up to 7 eliminations, looking to maybe capitalize as Arab Golden are yet to move forward. It's going to be a very, very trying position to hold. Now, the push is there. The blue zone is going to be inching its way ever closer in just about 20 seconds or so. It's down to the wire. These final 4 teams not wanting to give up any bit of a slack. Nossa just riding there with that single solo position, just holding in the up amongst the midst of the World of Battle and Wave.
I really don't understand how they haven't been spotted or taken out just yet, but for all of that they're worth, they are definitely a fantastic hide-and-seek player. I do like what Arab Golden are doing. They're taking that split across on the outskirts, running that 2-1 split. The World of Battle, in the meanwhile, they are holding a tight grouping as well as here for Wave, as a little bit of a cheeky peeky goes out, and they do find Nossa, so that is whittling down the competition, but we still have 2 other teams to deal with, and the World of Battle understand that. They also need to be very, very wary of what Arab Golden are. I mean, wanted just the information they have, and then the added pressure from Wave could mean that the World of Battle are going to be finding themselves in the sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely up on the board. That could be a part of the eventuality that we could see playing out here. Now, it's going to be the World of Battle so close. Wave just on that opposite end. But Wave down to 2. It's going to be, I think the main fight will consist of the World of Battle and Arab Golden fighting for control of the zone. But let's see where it goes. Hazem still just doing their due diligence, moving all over the place, trying to see if they can spot any movement, any pixels out of place. And that zone just around the corner, getting ready to shift up once again. I think that is going to be the deciding factor as to who will be able to venture upwards and onwards.
And it's just not really going to be favoring anyone other than a little bit of a cheeky peeky to all of them. They have the opportunities, they have the angles to work with. Now, Arab Golden, again, fighting an uphill battle. We've got Wave just holding strong, getting even a bit of a resupply now with that care package. So that's another added worry here for the World of Battle. And what's giving me a little bit of a worrisome feeling for them is that they look a little bit impatient. They look like they want to try start the engagement. They're rolling around, they're making a lot of noise, they're really showcasing their presence and giving away their position to both of these teams. So I don't know how it's going to pan out, but we are so close to having this final fight go on and get a conclusion.
Yeah, we are just a few mere moments away from that final blue zone closure coming in. Then we're going to hit stage number 9. No more zones to fight with. It is only pure double dosage of blue juice that's going to come through here. It's going to be Arthur holding on high, looking to see what they can bring on in as we move around. It is going to be Wave also just keeping it nice and steady. It's one knock. It is Hemo just patiently waiting for a bit of an opportunity here. The World of Battle still going to be capitalizing on this elevation that they have at their disposal, but will it be sufficient? Will that be enough to secure themselves that winner chicken dinner? I mean, Arab Golden just riding this ridge all the way through till next Sunday. Let's see where it goes. The opportunity just looming around the bend, but no one wants to be the next team to fall.
No one does, but again, like I said, the World of Battle, they've given up their position. Everyone knows exactly where the World of Battle is, whereas for the World of Battle, they have no idea where Wave is sitting, they have no idea where Arab Golden is, all the information that they have on them. And now Crown, overextending, or Kron, sorry, so there is a bit of an opportunity to pick up Kron, and then you've got that angle into the World of Battle, then you have your trigger to try and take them out. Arab Golden, they haven't moved. They have just been edging forward with the zone, but they have been quiet. They have been so steady in their approach.
Yeah, but slow and steady wins the race most of the time. Let's see whether or not that is going to be the case right here as Arab Golden are going to get forced on forward. Quality now just advancing up alongside the rest of the team. Oh, but the nade finds itself on towards Wanted. Arthur, I mean, going to be taken down by the blue. Now, the wall of battle trying to bounce back, but the wave decide to strike as they just come peering over that ridge line. It's all going to come down to Kron, whether or not they can hold on to the onslaught here. Out goes the utilities. Oh, close nade. Having wave now, just rethink their strategy. Are they going to try to full send it straight forward? Kron trying to figure out which way to go. Are they going to try and res their teammate up, or will they send it straight on forward? One knock. Now having those smokes really obstructing their own vision. And this is going to be a tough play because look at that. Arab Golden slowly sneaking into position, inching their way further and further forward. Wanted now using the opportunity to strike. Does find Hazem. Now Wave riding the edge. There's going to be Hemo to be traded. One knock going to be holding strong. Kron going to be standing between Wanted and a potential play, but a quick reaction coming through as One knock doesn't get the shot in with that MG just yet. But where will it go? We got a Wafi itching their way on forward, and that is going to be waved down for the count. It is now down to one player. Oh, and there we go. A glorious performance coming in as the players from Arab Golden secure themselves a glorious winner-winner chicken dinner, 9 elimination to their name.
I do hate it when I'm right, but like I said, Arab Golden, they were just calm and collected. They took their time, they waited for information. The Waddle Battle unfortunately put themselves in that sandwich, gave away their position, and then Wave and Arab Golden, it's like they had a little bit of a twin sensing. They knew exactly when to strike and they worked off of each other, ultimately give that W over to Arab Golden. But before that point, the World of Battle also picking up a fantastic amount of eliminations. We can say the exact same for Wave. I think they were around 13, might have been 14 with the addition of the World of Battle. So they did well. They really did with the addition of those bonus points. It's just now the conversation of if it's going to be enough. If it's going to be enough to get themselves into Vikendi or any of the teams that were fighting for that position.
That's going to be the big question, right? Because as we know, these teams tried so hard. And I got to say, this last chicken dinner, well, only the last chicken dinner, but the last zone was such a hard-earned zone to get into. I mean, so much opposition that these teams just had to try and work their way through, trying to secure themselves within not only the zone, but also within those points, right? They want to secure as many eliminations as they can. And we did see a good helping of those double-digit elims coming through here. But is that going to suffice, right? Will that be enough for the teams that try to make it up into the top 12 to accomplish that goal? Of course, in the meanwhile, we are going to be taking a quick look at our highlights as well. Very satisfying Erangel action coming through as the teams are clawing their way through the overall rankings to ensure that they make it not only into the top 12, but also add as many additional points to their tally. But as it is that time, right, we need to take a look and see what the point situation is, how many points our respective teams were able to secure in this last showdown over on Erangel.
Arab Golden, of course, going to be finding them on the top of the logs with 19 total points with those 9 eliminations. Wave Esports, as we said, 13 eliminations. So they're going to be topping the log in terms of eliminations and just 1 point behind Arab Golden. We know that their slot was pretty much confirmed going into this, so I'm not really going to be worried about them. Looking at some of the rest of the teams, though, the World of Battle, for all of the wild end zone, they really had to fight to get to that position. And again, their hard work did pay off. All of those eliminations really going to bolster them on the overall standings. Curious to see the mind weapon here with those 5 eliminations. And Greedy4Kills, honestly, I thought it was going to go a completely different way for them with the positioning that they were holding. I thought we could have seen another crazy Greedy4Kills game.
I mean, it definitely looked like there was a bit of an opportunity for that to come through. But as we know, They got denied access all the way on that western side and not really being able to push all the way through to secure another insane play. But as I said, this was such a hard-earned performance coming through for our teams, especially sitting within that top 5 finish. But let's take a look and see what the situation is over on the second page. As we know, 4 points closing us off at 8th, 4 points continuing over in towards 9th place, and this time only 2 teams not picking up any points.
Oop, it's looking a lot better. It definitely is. I really just don't know. Again, back to the question, if it's been enough. We know that there was a few teams tied towards 90 points on the overall standings, looking for that Vikendi slot. And again, if this game didn't go the way that you wanted, I am so sorry, but it was a wild ride to be on. Erangel really has been putting our teams to the test today with the zones, with the shifts that we've been looking at. The teams have had a tough time transitioning.
I mean, it's been a really, really tough play indeed. But as we know, right, it's going to go one way, right? The top 12 teams for this phase, for this week, are going to be having their opportunity to step out onto Vikendi to add even more points to their tally to secure themselves even more bonus points, well, in preparation for heading over into those finals. But as we know, with Vikendi just being around the corner, we are going to be taking a little bit of a break to ensure that there is sufficient snow before the teams venture out. So be sure to stay tuned. I'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. It is almost time to step into Vikendi. But before we do that, of course, we need to take a look and see what the point situation is on the overall standings to know who will be our 12 teams to step out onto the lovely, lovely, soft and squishy map of Sanhok, or Vikendi rather. I mean, well, Sanhok maybe also a little bit soft and squishy, but either which way, right? Let's take a look at those points to see how many points the teams have been able to secure. Of course, Titan Gaming sitting all the way up in pole position with 204 points to their name. A very comfortable 15-point lead. 13-point lead, rather. No, that's 15. Yeah, there we go. Ahead of the players there from Greedy. So quite the performance coming in on either end. But, I mean, it's been pretty tough, right? We know there was a much wider gap moving into today. But looking at what the teams have been doing so far here today, they've really closed it up. But it's scary to think of it as well, right? There is, 95 points separating first and 8th place.
That's just what it comes down to. It's consistency. Titans have been putting in the work. So this first page, we're going to say congratulations to all of these teams that are here. We're going to be seeing them in Vikendi, but now the question is who else is going to be joining them as we head over into the second place. Oh,
Well,
there it is. The Mind Weapon, Black Hand, and of course Arab Golden and Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, that is our answer. But I mean, this was quite a fight, right? As we know, moving into Erangel, we had 3 teams sitting on 90 points. We had 2 other teams sitting on 89. But Arab Golden, they were sitting on 80, right? Trailing by 10 points.
Ooh.
And they jumped all the way from that 16th place up into 11th in one single game. So well done to our teams that have made it into the top 12 to step out into Woods Vikendi. And what an exceptional performance and quite a bit of action we've already been seeing here today.
Absolutely, and now we have one more treat. We have one more map to take a look at, and of course, it has to be Vikendi. So, DK, as the relevant expert in Vikendi, since you've had your own Vikendi to witness, I haven't. Okay, so you're my expert for today. What are you going to be going into Vikendi expecting? Who are you going to be keeping an eye out for?
Everyone, because I want to see crossbows. I want to see crossbows.
Eesh.
And then I want to see some crossbows because we've not yet seen Robin Hood being played, right? Last week, there was not a single crossbow elimination coming through, so I want to see that today. I want to see at least someone running around with a bit of a crossbow, but it is going to be a pretty tight one, as we know, right? There's so much up for grabs here. So look at my style. We also want to see those pan knockouts coming in as well, because they're worth more points. And then the one-man army, as well as the focus on elims, as well as the viewer's choice, right? So for our viewers, let us know, right? What is it that you want to see? What is the craziest play that you want to have happen right here on Vikendi?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the viewers would be voting for. What are they going to be looking for? You know, is it going to be the team that has the most crossbows? Is it going to be a bit of a combination of a team just doing something wild? Or maybe it's going to come down to those clutches, those solo 1vx situations that teams just, or players specifically, just go absolutely wild. So, you know, the viewers will have to let us know what they think is worthy of their choice. But we're getting ready into it. Vikendi, last map of phase number 2, and then we're going to be dishing out those bonus points. So there definitely is still something to say for a little bit of a change up in terms of the overall placements. We could be seeing teams at least getting 1 or 2 more bonus points if they do well on Vikendi. I don't know how much they'll actually really be able to climb up, but we might be surprised.
Yeah, we'll find out soon enough exactly what these teams will be capable of, because as we know, right, moving into this game, we know Triple, they last week they got themselves those 20 bonus points awarded, but looking at the current break in between that, I mean, securing 45 points, 49 points in one match, I don't really see that happening. It's going to be quite challenging to pull off. But of course, well, there's only one way to find out, right? We need to step out into Vikendi to see what our teams are going to be doing. So without any further delay, here we go. We can see the lovely Cosmodrome and everything just towards that northern side, as the flight path is also very northern. So I'm curious to see where our teams are going to be grouped up.
Yeah, look, there's a few potential opportunities here for these teams to really find some footing. Again, the beauty of Vikendi and also the chaos of Vikendi is because it's not a normal map in rotation, because, you know, it's not something that you usually would see these groups playing. We've only had one iteration of it this season so far. So these teams don't really have a lot of information to work with, especially if we have a few newcomers to Vikendi for this week. And that does mean we have potentials for those hot drops, we have potentials for a little bit of those awkward encounters.
Well, I'm all game for a little bit of that awkwardness to come through. So let's see where it will go. I mean, Wave, the only team holding on to the north, at least for the time being. We could have a little bit of the hot drop action, and that is exactly what we've got coming through into Podvosto. So, yeah, gotta love it. It is going to be the Mind Weapon losing their first player at the expense of CRYPTICS. So, I love the aggression that they are showing right here. but we've got another team in the mix alongside them. We can't exactly see just who that is, but we'll find out once we move into that area. And of course, the zone reveals itself, centering up just on that western side of Villa. And that's going to be quite favorable now for Greedy4Kills.
Once again, they have a nice central position, but as we were talking about it, a little bit of the chaos that is going to ensue on Vikendi, we'll have to start with the Mind Weapon, CRYPTICS, and Black Hand. Again, opportunities just to climb on those overall leaderboards, maybe even add a few points to your overall tally. Everything is going to count. And I am still waiting for a single crossbow just to be in the hands of someone. I am staring at what guns they are picking up right now, because this needs to happen, please.
Yes. I mean, let's see if this is going to happen, right? I mean, it's down to the way. We see a lot of DBSs coming through. We see the usual victims, you know, the shotties, the SMGs, all being utilized, being yielded. But no single crossbow has come out. Ooh. We do see amazing, phenomenal nade coming there from the side of Max, finding both El Chapo and Lazy Boy. And this could be that opportunity now for CRYPTICS to get a little bit of their own medicine now paid back to them.
I mean, that's one way to wake me up, with a double nade like that, and then just an absolute onslaught coming through from the Mind Weapon. Hello, we've got a little bit more energy to work with here. CRYPTICS unfortunately reduced down in a matter of seconds, only to Senke. And El Chapo are going to be trying to just whittle their way back, trying to get an opportunity to Senke to get the reses moving in. But here we go, Lazy Boy down, the mining in on the action. Woohoo, DK, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, and this is going to be quite an important altercation here, especially looking at the players here from Black Hand and the Mind Weapon, right? Only 5 points currently separating these two teams on the overall standings. But will they be able to secure sufficient amounts of that, as we do see the Mind Weapon now running into a world of trouble? But there we go, Black Hand getting dealt a very healthy 3 elims. The Mind Weapon getting shipped out with 2. Where will it go? As it is still going to be CRYPTICS and Black Hand fighting for possession here of Portvosto.
Oh, El Chapo going to be holding on, going to be finding the first one. RUKH going to be peeking out to try and support, but it's too little too late, unfortunately. Again, these shotguns, they have just been too wild. Teams are fighting for a few of those style points, but at the moment, it just looks like the focus is on eliminations. Black Hand looking for that recovery, and they're going to get a little bit surprised by Storm right above them.
Let's see. Will they be able to... Will Storm now be able to push through? Oh, yes, gets the confirmation. It's El Chapo down. Senke. The hits there with the DBS, but up comes RUKH, putting the cherry on top. There we go. Black Hand now adding 5 points to their tally. And what a glorious push this was, because as I've mentioned before, they were sitting with 103 points coming in, trying to close it up. They were trailing by 5 points behind the Mind Weapon, but based on what they just did, they closed that gap by 3. So there is now a little bit of pushing that still needs to come through from the side of Black Hand.
We love to see it, but oof, that was a wild hot drop to start off with. It almost now just makes the rest of Vikendi look so calm and collected. Like nothing else is going to happen.
I mean, we did lose 2 teams just now.
Yes. It's just in seconds, honestly. I mean, in seconds. I blink, one team gone. I blink again, another team gone. And it's not teams that you would expect. I mean, you said goodbye to CRYPTICS and the Mind Weapon. The Mind Weapon today have been fantastic. CRYPTICS need no introduction. So, Vikendi, it's just... It's a lot of fun over here. Anyway, back into some formalities. That zone has obviously centered up close a little bit to Dino Park and to the western side of Villa. We still have GREEDYFORKILLS holding strong and triple, as well as RUKH within the zone. Just towards the outskirts, it's the World of Battle, Black Hand, and of course Titans. Arab Golden, Virtual Gaming, and Wave alongside RUKH have to make their way in. And what's interesting about this is one of the better ways to move in is from that western approach. So Black Hand might be able to set themselves up, or Arab Golden could be fighting to just avoid or just to push away any teams trying to get into zone.
I mean, this is going to be a very trying play because, you know, we've got the players there from Titan Gaming still sat all the way down in towards Villanova. And we know last week they were able to secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. So, you know, they definitely have a point to prove here. If we look onto the players from Arab Golden. I mean, last week they got sent out relatively early on, not being able to have 80 points to their name. So I want to see if Arab are going to be looking to improve their performance in this edition of the Vikendi game. And I mean, so far, it looks to have a little bit of a promising role for them. I mean, they have a relatively unobstructed rotation back into that zone.
And Arab Golden, I mean, we just saw them on Erangel. They really played that final portion of the zone so well, calm and collected. And it might be exactly what they need coming into this Vikendi, especially if they didn't have the best of opportunities in their previous Vikendi experience. So let's hope they can use that momentum to their advantage, and let's hope we see a little bit more action, as we can see that northwestern side just absolutely heating up with all of the rotations. Likely going to be seeing a few shots handed back and forth, but we'll have to wait and see if any of those turn into some eliminations. That are odd. It looks like they're making a straight dash into center. Wonder if they're going to be landing up where GREEDYFORKILLS are currently holding.
Ooh, I mean, that's going to be an interesting one to see indeed, because as we know, this is the first time that we are seeing the players from RUKH playing Vikendi, right? So they weren't able to make it into that pole position. They missed it out last week with just 4 points behind the players from URUS. URUS also, as we can see, not currently in the swing of things here. So I'm curious to see where this one will take us and who's going to be, you know, those outlying teams looking to step it up and just bring a little bit of a shake-up to the table here. But I think the other team that I'm going to be keeping an eye on is going to be the World of Battle. Also, their first Vikendi. And I want to see what they have, you know, up their sleeve.
It's going to be pretty fun to see a little bit of this action now starting to heat on up. The World Battle, they've been pretty quiet. They've been pretty much left to their own devices over towards the western side. And DK, I don't know about you, I still have not seen a crossbow.
Yes.
I've been staring at their equipment. I've been staring at every single person's equipment, and I haven't seen a crossbow.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they've
tough
not
to
yet
find?
been able to. I don't know. I mean,
Like, is it
who
the
knows?
rarest weapon on this map or something?
No, I don't believe it is. But I've also not really seen one lying on the ground. I mean, it's not like these players really look down all that much, so it's hard to say. But we do see a plethora of shotties, and you know that's kind of the thing when it comes to Vikendi, is like there's no shortage of shotties at all. I mean, you can almost walk into any compound and find yourself a shotty. So it makes sense why we're seeing so many players just utilizing that for the time being. But yeah, I think once we even just someone holding a crossbow, we're gonna be super excited.
Yeah, we definitely are. I'm still going to be staring at the bottom of my screen, so forgive me if I don't see anything else. I don't think my eyes are going to be moving for a while, but it's okay. We take a look at some of the rest of the teams. Black Hand already up with 5 eliminations, so they've had a little bit of a fun time finding some of these teams. And of course, other than that, it's quiet for everyone else. Everyone has managed to avoid one another. The zone still has plenty of spacing. We obviously go into this with a reduced number of teams, so it's expected. But I wonder at which point we're going to be seeing some of that action. Triple already narrowly just riding on by with GREEDYFORKILLS over in towards that villa situation. So if they are a little bit too hasty, they might get a surprise they weren't waiting for, and then we might finally get a little bit of that action. See RUKH very close over on the neighborly side of the World of Battle as well. Just for now, getting some information, obviously looking for crossbows.
Yes, let's say that is exactly what they're doing, right? Everybody and their friends are out here looking for crossbows. Maybe they'll be able to find a few, but what we are going to be finding next is going to be that next zone shift that would be taking us all the way pretty much to where it was, right? Just centering up to that west position of Tuvar. So I'm curious to see how this one is going to play out. I mean, RUKH, the World of Battle, side by side. Triple, Greedy, side by side. RUKH, Virtual Gaming Squad, and Black Hand, side by side. Yes, it's going to be a very sweaty showing on Vikendi.
We love to see it. RUKH already finding a little bit of success over towards Virtual Gaming. Not finding too much success, unfortunately, for Virtual. They're going to have to be relegated down to only the Hulk, and the Hulk needs to get out of the situation. Hopefully, they can find, a potential tricky, just opportunity. Like we've seen Lazy Boy, Raouf, we've seen players do this crazy 1vx clutch before. So there's definitely still opportunity.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough play though. But
Oh yes.
let's see. Maybe a Hulk can find a smashing angle to rotate in from. I mean, only time will tell. But in the meanwhile, it's gonna be Triple just venturing a little bit further down south, looking to play at a bit of an opportunity here. I mean, there's a little bit of an angle to be held over onto this hillside that we can see them holding. They got the World of Battle also just looming up ahead. And of course, a little bit of that RUKH action just a little bit further down on the southwestern side.
Oh, okay. No, so this is going to be heating up. As you can see, Wave, they're going to be rolling up right behind Titans. So Titans going to have to keep a watchful eye of what's happening. As you can see, Triple already peeking on up, finding some success towards RUKH. Just one or two. Still have to see a little bit more though, but it looks like they're going to be going in for the finish.
Ooh, this is a bold move going through here from Triple, but they've already been able to establish a few of those knocks. Oh, and they are met with quite a bit of aggression here. Fortunately, Icy still up and able. Now comes that that very challenging play, whether or not Icy will be able to survive this rush coming through. You can see Rami just holding on the edge, but again, the shoddy action comes in clutch, and that is Triple now getting sent out in 10th place.
Ew. Oh, okay. If you are a Triple fan and you stayed awake for Vikendi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it had to come to this, but here we go. Another third party going to be rolling on in. A lot of information given up in the World of Battle. They obviously want a piece of the action, but that nade is going to deter them. The shotties are going to deter them. RUKH, they are too ready for this.
Well, let's see where this one is going to go now. The World of Battle and, of course, RUKH. Oh, fighting relentlessly. A quick little bit of a push-up action, but that will not suffice as RUKH now continues to maintain control of the compound.
What? Who are you, RUKH? This is like phase 1 RUKH right here and there. They have just brought in a different side to themselves. Well, a familiar side to themselves that we've been missing for a little while longer, but... Alright, we've got it. RUKH have secured center zone. And now it's up to the rest of the teams to try join them as well as GREEDYFORKILLS within zone. Titans moving on in from that southwestern side. I'm going to be shooting a few welcoming opportunities to Wave. Not any connections just yet, so it's going to be a bit of a war of attrition before they do finally go for those opportunities. I do see, it looks like Titans are running a 2-1-1 split. Just to get information, I guess, and to garner where they could possibly hold on up. But here we go. Black Hand finding Arab.
Ooh. No, it's more like Arab finding them. Yeah,
Oh
that's
my.
it. That's it. I mean, absolute devastation being had there. And Broly coming in clutch with the DBS. I mean, that's why we call it the Don't Be Silly, because that was
Very
a big
silly.
oops.
That was a very... Oof. Yeah. Look, they don't get to see what we just saw, like, literally 30 seconds ago. So, it happens. It happens. But now, again, all of this noise, all of this opportunity. Titans, are they the second, third party? Are we going to see a repeat of what happened with RUKH? I'm not too sure. For now, thankfully, Titans, they are going to be keeping it quiet. They have regrouped from that 2-1-1 split. And they're in a very good position to get some information with AXA as the lookout. Keeping a watchful eye on their teammates and getting some very well-needed information. So they know Arab is over there. They are going to be giving Broly a little bit of a haircut. So we'll just wait and see when they finally do make their approach.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a scary play, but Waffy or Wifey, whatever. I mean, like, if you
it's
know how to
Waffy.
pronounce that name,
Please
yeah,
tell us.
we'll just go with Waffy. Is it Wi-Fi, maybe? We don't know, but it is going to be the end of the road, though, for the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad. And now Arab trying to push a little bit further afield, sneaking up on towards P6 and Buncher. But Buncher already cooking up the nade, ready to welcome them into this position.
That's a 2v2 split here for Arab Golden, and in the exact same situation for Titans. Nice little bit of a spread, and oh, a nice bit of a catch. But Arab, you're not
Oh.
supposed to catch those. You're supposed to run away from them.
Well, let's see where this one is going to be going now. P6 trying to move in, close it up. There's going to be Arab Golden, the duo, trying to make the most happen from all the way off in the distance. Their teammate does fall. And that is even more now getting added to the tally. RUKH, though, I mean, sitting on 8 eliminations already? Well, that's crazy. But Arab Golden sitting on 3. Titans sitting on 2. So let's see where this one is going to be going, because, I mean, there's still so much work here for the players to do. So much work that still needs to come in. And looking at the Arab Golden's positioning, I mean, they could do with everything that they can find. They are currently, of course, coming into this match, trailing by 4 points behind the side there of Blackhand. And as we can see, Blackhand, they got sent out with 7 points. So at that end, and that puts them at quite a bit of a gap that they still need to try and close.
This is going to be a bit of a fun one. So we've got RUKH here over towards the northwestern side. They also are running a split for information. Again, all of these teams trying to just gather where everyone has hidden themselves, where everyone is just lying on low, waiting for an opportunity. RUKH, of course, a very big threat, but they have been whittled down to only 2. And they're going to be holding on to that center position, waiting for an opportunity. Maybe just peeking and prodding, picking up a few stragglers along the way. You can see already a few shots being fired towards GREEDYFORKILLS. So GREEDYFORKILLS, they might have some good information as to where RUKH is standing. I don't know if it's a good idea. I don't know if they're just sort of, you know, trying to aggravate everyone around them to make some mistakes.
Who knows? That could be a strategy. That could definitely be a strategy. Is it one that could work out in their favor? Definitely could, because, you know, they are holding smack dab center zone and everyone else needs to still roll on forward.
Arrow?
So, yeah, that could be a bit of a play. Not quite sure what's going on there with the side of Arab Golden, as things are looking pretty tough. And speaking about tough, Petrox running into a tree out in the open. That's next level skill, but also not exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, not the opportunity that we really want to showcase to everyone else around us. Arab, not sure what happened to Arab. I blinked and they were gone, but it might just be that northeastern side approach. We can see GREEDYFORKILLS are holding on to that one, and it does look like they have some kills to their tally, so we know we might be able to guess what happened there. RUKH within center, GREEDYFORKILLS running a 2-2 split. I'm liking what they're doing. A lot of teams really focusing on this 2-2 split, and ooh, that zone. Titans and RUKH, hello to your opportunities.
Yeah, there's going to be ample opportunities now to come through here. But as we can see, we still have 4 teams rocking a full squad. That is Wave, Titan, Greedy, and RUKH. And I mean, RUKH just taking the lead there with regards to elims. But now they venture down into that southern positioning, pulling in alongside Puncher. This could either be a very, very bold move or a very risky play now coming through from the side of Puncher.
Ooh, I'd like to see it. I mean, you need to be a little bit risky. So, let's see what's going to happen here. Holding a few of those utilities, looking for those opportunities. RUKH now down to a 2v4, and they are getting encircled.
Is that nade going to try and open up that circle into maybe a little bit more of a square shape? We don't know, but Titans looking to push forward. Up they come, looking for the opportunity. Puncher not especially waiting as they rush on forward. It's going to be Axa to fall as Rummy sends out a glorious nade. This next one could be the ticket. Does find Puncher, P6 and Teak. Now in a world of trouble. Rummy proving that they are super, super capable when it comes to their throwing arm. But where will it go next? As P6 now tries to put a little bit of distance in between them. Teak trying to get themselves patched up. And RUKH just clearing out that exterior before venturing back in for the res. But here we go. It's going to be the push now. P6 moving up. The nade is out. P6 managing to dodge it. And now sneaking over to Axa for the res.
These teams are definitely fighting it out. Ironically, both of them have majority of the players from Kazakhstan, so they have a bit of a fun time now. But Wave, hello! Making an approach, at least in the form of Petrox, trying to get some information. Still running that 1-3 split. They're not quite looking for that investment, but Petrox is definitely curious as to what's happening here.
Well, here we go. Wave also now looking to get their share of the pie. Rummy holding on for dear life. Petrox sends it out. Will that one bounce all the way down? It's getting pretty close, but doesn't exactly find the point. Titans now allowed to continue with their res, but up comes Petrox. Has that MG3 in hand. Gaddafi and the rest of the Wave looking to advance their way forward as well. Looking to capitalize. And this could be the perfect sneak approach approach coming through from the side of Wave. It is going to be Eugene to fall next as again locks in that elimination. Meanwhile, B6 gets found. Rummy still holding on, waiting on the staircase, waiting to see who's going to venture on in. Teak now about to get spotted. Up comes the head, the shots, the spray. Bedrox tries to get it in, but does not manage to pull in the finish.
I mean, all of this fights now for the central position of the zone, while Greedy4Kills are just being left to their own devices, you know, just chilling it out, ready to see how they're going to jump into the action to take it away from him. That zone is going to be centering up. We're still going to be giving ample opportunity, at least, to everyone involved. But Rad, sneaking up in the grasses, what can again do in this situation?
Well, once again, we'll find out as the moment of truth is just around the corner. But look at the positioning being held there by Greedy. I mean, they've just stayed out of these fights, letting the rest of the lobby settle it for them. And that is going to be Rummy found out again, out sneaking in a cheeky hit. Finds Petrox. 1 down, 2 more to go. As Gaddafi and Hemo now could look to bring in quite a bit of an oppositional play here. It is 1 knock has been brought back, so it's again a 3-piece coming through from the side of Wave. But Gaddafi has that nade at the ready. Now looking to find it. Finds a bit of damage onwards again. But Greedy4Kills now sneaking in behind them, looking to capitalize.
Again has survived longer than I honestly would let anyone survive in the situation. Somehow, some way, they are playing the perfect game of cat and mouse and being a bit of a thorn in Wave's side while they are focusing on one single player. Greedy4Kills are going to be rolling on in for the finish, finding again, and now they're going to be looking for Wave.
Well, it's the final 2 teams left to show us what they've got. Greedy completely encircling the side of Wave. And this could be that potential chicken coming through now for the side of Greedy, if they can find the position. But Wave not going to be going down without a fight. They want to secure themselves a strong finish here. It's going to be Greedy sitting up on 7. Wave sitting on 4 elims to their name. But where will it go? I mean, it's just so much utility. I'm not even sure how they were able to fit that much in their bags. But they are going to move up relentlessly so, looking for that contingency plan. And maybe they could find a little bit of that just peering through all these windows.
Yeah, they're just playing a little bit of a game of catch the nade, catch the molly, catch the maybe a bit of a flashbang as well. Greedy4Kills really not making this easy for Wave. They are hunkering down. They are trying not to give anything away, but slowly but surely, Greedy4Kills are trying to snuff them out, trying to find that opportunity. Gonna come down. That 1 knock is gonna be the move.
Well, let's see. Will Greedy now capitalize on the opportunity at hand? Already getting that knock in. Nossa's trying to move up. 1 knock on fire as well. Gaddafi going to be the lone ranger left to try and fight it out. But look at this. Fivo, Nossa having to try and put the pieces as the mollies have just been sent in all directions. But it's down to the wire as Wave bounce back. Hemo is back in the fight. Gaddafi quickly just trying to suppress any potential advances heading in their direction. But there we go. Gaddafi running out into the flames, lighting themselves on fire. Sends one out, trying to stop any pushes coming through from the side of Greedy. But it's now going to be a potential 3v1 to fight it out for that winner chicken dinner. Already Wave up on 5 elims. Greedy sitting on 8. It's just going to be a matter of time, and a well-placed nade could mean the end. Who does, however, shake the vehicle, but not enough to cause any damage to the players. Out it goes. Oh, it's getting close. Fivo does fall. Gaddafi now trying to replicate those efforts, but it is going to be Greedy now yet to push on through and secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. It is Gaddafi out the window, but unfortunately, no one there to receive them.
Greedy4Kills, they have just been circling around trying to keep their numbers up in this 3v1 scenario, but Gaddafi has been a bit too slippery for them to try and pin down.
But here we go. Gaddafi again sends up the molly. Tries to secure the play. Fivo relaying the information back to the rest of the team. Out goes the utilities, trying to suppress those advances. But it's not going to be sufficient. Gaddafi, almost no more health left. Of course, again, the mollies, the utilities getting sent out to stop Greedy from pushing in on towards Gaddafi. Quickly managing to patch themselves back up. But here we go. Build up is coming through. Greedy not having too much of an easy access, but the blue zone is going to be applying quite a bit of pressure. It is almost entirely closed up. Gaddafi surely will not be able to survive the blue. That nade doesn't reach all the way across, and now it is Nasa and Rhino waiting, but it is going to be Gaddafi falling to the blue zone, and that is Greedy getting themselves the winner chicken dinner.
Wow, what a war of attrition. I mean, that took longer than most would, but I gotta give it up to Gaddafi for managing to stay alive as long as they did, even picking up an elimination. I don't understand how it happened, but it's Vikendi, man. You gotta give a little bit of chaos towards the end. But that's it. We have played all of our matches for phase number 2. We know who our teams are going to be picking up those bonus points while everyone else is doing the calculations. We get to talk about what we've witnessed so far in this phase. So DK, I'm gonna ask you, what was the highlight of phase number 2?
I mean, what do I have to say? Like Vikendi, that was a pretty exciting play. I mean, if we're looking at the rest of the games, right? There were so many exciting moments that we had, right? I gotta say, Wave stealing 2 chicken dinners, that was amazing. I mean, you can't really top that. I mean, we've seen so many surprising plays come through. But yeah, this whole week, this whole phase was just filled with action. And let's take a look at the action from Vikendi. Oh, very, very exciting play coming through on Vikendi. I mean, had Gaddafi clutched that one out, right, I think it would have been an absolutely insane play. Unfortunately, that last nade didn't really hit the mark, but, you know, it is what it is. The inevitable happened, and of course, that winner chicken dinner went to where it needed to go. It went over to GREEDYFORKILLS. But as we know, it is time for us to take a look at those match rankings to see how many points our teams were able to secure.
We know GREEDYFORKILLS just towards the end, they managed to make sure they were the ones picking up the most amount of points. Again, no crossbows. I don't know if I missed it. Did you see a crossbow? I didn't see a crossbow.
No, I didn't see any.
But we saw lots of nades on the
Yes.
right side, so there was definitely a focus of nades and shotguns on Vikendi. But might have to relay the crossbows are a thing. However, for the rest of the teams, some good eliminations. Obviously, RUKH Esports going to be picking up the most eliminations for this particular map with that 9. Wave Esports, Black Hand not following too far behind with their relative 6, and it's a good amount of points. Again, all of this is getting added onto the overall tally, so maybe this is enough for some of the teams to shift up 1 or 2 positions.
Yeah, it should be enough for a little bit of a change. We don't know what that change is just yet, but speaking about change, let's take a look at the second page to see what the point situation is. Of course, CRYPTICS closing us off there in 8th place with 2. The Mine Weapon also then coming in with 2. And the only team not to pick up a single point is going to be the World of Battle.
Oh, yeah, well, there was wild times that happened with the World of Battle. We had a few rolling opportunities that didn't quite go the way that teams would have wanted, but that's okay. You know, Vikendi is a bit of a wild place. It was like the wild, wild west out there, so it's all right. We understand. Ultimately now, what we need to see, what we need to discuss is how those overall standings at the last possible second might have changed. We know there were a few teams that were 1 or 2 points pretty much split apart, especially towards the bottom 12, or the bottom of the top 12. So maybe they can get an extra bonus point for all of their efforts.
Well, there's only one way to find out, right? Let's take a look and see what that point situation is. Let's move on in. And of course, the answer to the question is Titan Gaming adding 5 points to their tally. Greedy adding, well, obviously, as we saw, right, a very decent helping, 18 points to their overall tally, putting them on a very comfortable 207, only 2 points behind the players from Titan Gaming. And I mean, that is quite that we've seen come through just here today. Because, I mean, take into consideration, starting off the day, Greedy were, I mean, over 60 points, 63 points behind. Now, only 2 points separate these two teams.
Oh, it's also a nice little bit of a wild, wild west situation, as the only shift that we've had on this first page has been between Wave Esports and the World of Battle. Obviously, starting off with this Vikendi match, Wave Esports were sitting on 170 points. Now they have bumped themselves up at least one slot to third place, so they're going to be happy with the extra little bit of a bonus point. And ultimately, for the rest of the teams, while they might have received a few more points, they have been they have been keeping their current position. So top 8 only with one shift. Now, the question is obviously what that second page is going to be looking like, because we know there's still potentially 4 teams that might have made a few shifts. Ultimately, though, the Mind Weapons staying in 9th, Black Hand staying in 9th, and the same for Arab Golden and Virtual. So only one shift after Vikendi.
Yeah, I mean, they've just widened the gap ever so slightly. But yeah, as we can see, the players there from Vista still being only 2 points separated from Virtual Gaming. So yeah, not a major leap. So it's still looking quite positive, especially for the teams sat over on towards the second page. But as we know, right, the important part, or maybe the troubling part, I don't know really how to phrase this, but either which way, I think it's going to boil down to what that third page will bring in. But Smash, URUS, both teams on a beautiful tie. Both teams sitting on exactly the same number of elimination and placement points. And then as we take a look, it's going to be TEAMLAG finding themselves sat in a bit of a troubling spot, right? 71 points. If you compare that to the 98 points that they found in the previous phase, it was tough.
Yeah, look, it's been a very tough week. We've had so many teams, newer teams that we haven't, again, been able to celebrate before. I've said this way too many times today. Step up to the plate, and they have just brought in a performance that has been very refreshing and obviously has been working for them. So the rest of the teams, unfortunately, might have to take a knock in terms of the points they were able to get this week, but we know that's where the points for this week stop to matter, at least until we give out those bonus points, because as we come back into the next phase, they're going to be reset. So the only thing still to look out would be to see what bonus points these teams are going to be gifting themselves and how those overall tallies are going to be looking, but it's been good so far.
Yeah. As we know, of course, it starts with 20 bonus points for first place. It trickles down to 1 placement point for 20th. So, yeah, do the math. Well, I mean, we have a good idea as to who's been awarded what. So you could see that based on the team's positioning on the board just now. But a very, very exciting phase has now also then come to a close. That means that on Tuesday, we are going to be starting with phase number 3, heading into the final week of league stage to see what our teams are going to be able to accomplish and who will be those 16 teams advancing forward into the finals. But of course, we also need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. So mad love and respect going out to them. But with that, it also then brings us to the end of our proceedings for this phase. So thank you so much for everyone for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you all back again next week. And next week, it is going to be a little bit of that double dose of crowns and Esports that are going to be entertaining you to take you through all the action, all the spiciness that these teams can bring to the table. So, well, you know how to tune in and when to tune in next week Tuesday, same time, same place. Until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and see you all later.
Let's go!
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.